It's actually funny to watch that again. Check that out, buddy. We're just gonna sit and watch the games, I think, and then we might level some stuff too. There's no delay, fortunately. Hey, Blaze. Hey, yeah, that was actually actually not one. Oh, those were 1 million ticks actually, because it's 3, right? 1.2 million tick Fist of Furies. I want to see his. Oh my god, he did 10 million damage into a hello. 9 million damage in 2 seconds. Yeah. And they're every half second. They're every half second. I think the red buffs will be worth looking into. I mean, it's best I can do, right? Ryan's mad? No, Ryan's just playing really well. Thank you guys for being so supportive, by the way. There's a lot of people that have been standing up for him and being and you know, doing the right thing on his behalf, which is very kind of you guys. He deserves our support. They played really, really well. Yeah, Sam, but they play ridiculous. That's pretty much it, Sonny. Yeah, people just wanted something to talk about, and just it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just it's the idea of it, and people just think it's funny. But it's over with now, hopefully, or at least soon. Ryan deserves that. Nerfing Marks could be the play, 100%. Yeah, I mean it's nothing. Basically nothing happened, Bell. Basically nothing happened. You're not gonna play the whole season? I mean, currently it's been pretty rough for me. But it's one of those spots where I'm gonna be honest. I should not be rooting to play. I'll tell you why. Because they're doing so well with Winoka Mage and Rogue Mage that rooting for me to play would be rooting for them to do poorly. You know what I mean? Like I would love to have a place. I would love to be useful, but at the same time, rooting against my team seems kind of counterproductive. It's not about me, you know? They're playing out of their minds. They're insane. Sure to step in. I mean, we probably need a bit of help from Blizzard. We've already had some help from Blizzard, but not the right help, I guess. I mean, to be fair, they actually gave us the right help too. It's tough to say. Thank you, Ryan, for the host, buddy. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how things go. Yes. Oh, that's kind of nothing. It's just saying that's kind of it's already the way that works, I believe. So maybe look again. If they want to leave Rogue Mage, and they want to leave Windwalker Mage as strong as it currently is, I think we root for that, right? I certainly think that is the preferable outcome. But I would, I think DK takes too much shit. I think the only comps I play with Death Knight that actually feel like they can exist are with Druids, unfortunately. Which is bad though, because I just don't think Druid's that crazy. But Druid in general does feel best for it, I think. I don't know. If Deathstrike heal from, I think Holy Priest would feel really good. Because they can amp you and let you heal yourself. The problem is you can't really do that against maybe the meta on ladder is just a lot of warriors, which makes life really difficult to. Chuck's fault? No, it's I mean, it's no one's fault. But if it's anyone's fault, Blizzard have just left DKs too squishy for like 2 expansions now, and that's forced you to play really fast comps. Which is okay if you have the offense, but I don't think they have the offense or the ability to connect their offense against most of these teams. And against most of the teams that you wouldn't connect your offense, you have a defensive issue. So it's kind of really awkward to be a Death Knight. Rets have tankiness. I don't know, and it's kind of interesting. Like the big question with Ret, and I'm not going to like oversell a Ret. The big question with Red is, do they actually have, like, are they actually at a point where an extra 10% damage is enough for them offensively to make things happen? Or does it require further change? I mean, I'm prepping Red because it's all I got, you know? We'll tap across in a sec. Oh, so there's 3 series left today. I thought it was 2 series left today. There's 1 more upper bracket still and 2 lower bracket. Very interesting. Sam is currently playing Ellie a good amount. I'm still playing some as well, if it's of any value. But the thing is that right now, don't know if any teams. Oh, I guess we'll see now. Actually, Jung will probably play that now. Tomorrow. We're playing tomorrow. I hurt this thing. Oh. This matchup, by the way, is very enlightening for us, unless they play Arcane, which is less of value for us, I suppose. I will tab across though. It's time. I'm just leveling this as well at the same time. Score for today was 3-0. I can kind of agree with.
Give me a moment, champion.
Possible. Okay, Windwalker? You think so? They won last season. They win a lot of seasons, honestly. And that's an interesting pick because last week, Jung actually lost this team in the lower bracket. Well, that's interesting. If everyone picks the team that I predict, Feral Ellie from Jung. But I mean, it could be Feral Ellie versus Arcane. I want to say Rogue. Arcane with Kelvish and Rogue is what I expect. Oh, wow. Everyone agrees. I wouldn't say it's an underdog story. The underdog story was last week. Yeah, we're seeing what we expected. We went through. Yeah. Who do you want to go against? I don't know what they would prefer. I think probably like and actually this is interesting. Oh, I actually think I think they expected Ardred from Zhang. Or something, because I feel like Arcane doesn't make sense here. Actually, no. Arcane made sense into Ardred, but not as much into Holy Priest. I mean, I think Zhang's going to win now. I think the biggest issue here is that I think Coney's going to lose on mana. Just kind of gradually and damp. Unless Priv's in a lot of trouble. Oh my god. What happened? He got barrage. I mean, this is not really quite an opening there. That was an insane ice wall though. And then it was Trinket Burrow, but late, and the execute barrage was in the air and hit him. That's kind of crazy though. I was trying to learn smoke one, change my mind. Yeah, it is 100%. Absolutely. No question. No question. Definitely stronger. Imagine a universe where they have that and Shadowy Duel when Ice Wall is as strong as it is. Way stronger though, yeah. I mean, it's not instant though, I guess. I wonder if Bomb could have a little mini Casper. I mean, he did play that extremely well. No question. Yeah, this character is not. I haven't bothered with anything on it. It hasn't got hair talent either yet. It doesn't really matter for leveling. I'm just doing the delve strat that Ryan uses. You just turn the quest in for delves at 77 after doing them. How fast? I mean, it's not as good as time walking, but it's decent. I actually think Jung got what they wanted and what they expected. It's working for them.
We are no longer sheep. Drop the tariff hammer.
No.
Make America great again.
Wait, so what did we change to? Arcane. We changed to. Oh, that's a big change. It's weird because they got the match. Oh, wait, no, they both. Oh, they blinded a different matchup. Okay. Oh, that's super interesting. Toads might be a hit in this matchup. Was that the broadcast lagging or was my computer lagging? Okay, what do we... Sorry, back. It does look like Windwalker Mage is winning this a little bit slowly. Cubsy's slowly getting blasted through. That was through Kick-a-Tree too. I mean, Cubsy, 15 seconds away from being relatively safe. Mana-wise, are very even. Diffuse and disarm. He's got pre-wall as an option, but no. You kind of have to do it in like a chat. Like they don't have great stuns for Cubsy. Evage. Erlen, who's your biggest competitor? That's more a question for them at the moment, I think, than more so than for me. Traditionally, it's been Jung. I think that's been the big like competitor. The nemesis of the region has been Jung, I think. Oh wow, they really did. Bomb, dead, maybe. Lives. Honestly, the fact that he's ahead of Drake is kind of surprising in this matchup. You'd think that Drake could be top. That's kind of the entire point of the matchup in general. He's just getting controlled so much. Who's second? There should be no pad. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry. Let me see on this real quick so you can see it. Yeah. Yeah, it was the reverse game, the reverse series, right? Can only slightly hit on mine. I had to. This game will probably come down to something like that. Cubsy also just very vulnerable right now. No Iron Buck. Nothing. Actually, I think Cubsy's in a lot of trouble. I think Cubsy, if they get a clean going Cubsy's cooked. And they've got a stun. I mean, he'll trinket, but nothing to follow it up with. Unless. Drake is on damp, I suppose, but he had 1 second on trinket there too. Just gets not. Drake is actually kind of cooked here. Cubsy should just shove a wall probably soon. He has no sweep, so he can wait a little bit. Gonna have to send that. Yeah, there it is. Casti, thank the 58 month resub, buddy. That is my first sub today. Much appreciated, man. Drake, full kidney, but he's got GS. Sweep in 3, 2, 1. Cubsy will die in the sweep. 1. Oh, huge heal. Yeah. Dead, 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 dead. Such a close game. I mean, it's not decisive for sure. Absolutely not a decisive matchup at all. It was a matchup of all time for sure, but not a decisive one. Let me open up on this browser because the other one, I mean, it's shaky, most definitely.
Wins game number 1 based off of a wall.
Sorry. This is going to be a little bit loud if you potentially I fix this. It's got to play through the different sound option, so it'll be like 1 sec. How loud is this?
Then he falls to the wall.
That looks good, actually.
Welcome to the Jung. What an insane game, though. That was so back and forth. That could have easily gone either way. I'm not convinced that this is like a solid comp here for Welcome to the Jung.
Wait, is that actually 1440p?
I agree with you. Okay, so listen. Elemental Shaman. I agree with you. I agree with you. Okay.
That's weird.
So listen,
it wasn't correct.
Elemental Shamans. We're a fan. We're definitely. An Arcane Mage in this matchup might have been a better pick than the Elemental Shaman, but it was a blind pick, right? It was the loser advantage pick. So they have to choose something that, you know, they don't perceive.
I'm not sure what they're afraid of with the Arcane, but because I would have thought the matchup they had previously wasn't actually that good.
Yeah. There's so many times I thought Drake was just dead. I mean,
I guess they're just afraid of Arcane Frost or Sub Frost or Outlaw Frost as Arcane. That's what they're afraid of, I think. They just figure the Rogue Mage them.
No health swap. Apotheosis, I guess. You can get a couple Serenities with no mana. Yeah. Like, look at the incaps. The desperation incap, the desperation polymorphs, they're trying to peel and kill at the same time. These are really two heavyweight teams just kind of like going at it. Sometimes you see in boxing, you know, two guys, they just decide never to dodge and they just kind of all in on each other's face. That's what I feel like I'm watching right now. Both teams are just going face.
I don't know. They went
Blizz plates. I do.
That's what happened this
I think it's
They went to 55% dampening, going face the entire time.
If that helps.
No, but that was beautiful. And for Kearney as well, at the end right there, even though it didn't work out for him, the patience, you got to commend the patience. I don't know that many healers who would sit that incap right there because he's like, I could get leg swept off of this, and then it's definitely GG. But if I sit this, it might just be GG. But he saved it for the perfect time, got that last big heal off, and then after that, he's like, well, you're on your own. Like, what can we do? Nick gets a great ice wall, and that's all you can do in that position. So both teams really stepping up, man. I feel like the top teams in North America in general, like this level of play is not something that I feel like it just keeps getting better, you know, like at the highest level.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There's more and more top teams. It seems really competitive at the top, so it's cool to see. I expected Welcome to the Jung to just grab a quick 3-0 here. Obviously, I was wrong. Tiger Toads showing that even when they lose, it is going to go the distance. And now we are going to Tiger's Peak, which is that home advantage for Drake because he plays Monk, or is that home advantage for Tiger Toads because it's Tiger Toads?
Dude, now you're asking the real questions, bro. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm asking the fried questions.
There's definitely some role-playing bonus points that are going on right now for the Windwalker Monk, but maybe we won't see one. Drake swapping over to the Feral Druid. We're going to see what type of
interesting.
in here. Maybe a Rogue Mage.
Oh, this blocks. Okay, so Jung has picked. You can't see it properly. They picked Frost, Feral, Holy, and they're blocking them playing Arcane Mage.
I didn't get the memo. Did you get the memo?
I think that's blocking the Arcane Mage.
Sub-Rogues had all the control
and also like kind of Ardruid a little bit, I think. I would be surprised if they play Arcane into this. I feel like Arcane just sounds like they get ran at.
Really important works
by a
out
feral
for them.
game.
And I think that's like a pro tip that I should.
So I think
throw
you're gonna
out.
see the same matchup
Don't
play out.
just
They're
incap
basically
as soon as
baiting them
you
into
open.
playing.
Wait
I think they're gonna
until
play.
someone's dipping low, and then
Maybe not
incap.
sub.
Yes, you might DR
Yeah.
with your
Out,
Mage
they
or
should want to
whatever,
play
but that instant incap
Outlaw.
you take advantage of.
I don't know, see
And
Outlaw
Drake was just
Frost
a masterclass at doing
or
Yeah, yeah. Anytime you have like all your modifiers,
I don't
down, you have
know.
all your damage rolling.
are we gonna see
That is
that?
when we're gonna see the big
Or just the
value
Ellie
because that's like any
Outlaw
kind of
or
CC
Ellie.
there, like in those moments, if you have like an incap,
I could see
plus,
Ellie
like, a
Ellie
dash
Frost
or a
or
chest
Outlaw
or just,
Frost
like,
Mara
anything like that, it
or
is enough to force major cooldown.
Ellie
In those
being
moments, the damage
decent
is
into
so
the
high,
mage, but still
especially
very
if there's
close.
No kind of damage reductions.
I doubt the Arcane's coming out.
Dude, this comp is taking forever actually to choose, which leads me.
I mean,
to
they've got
thinking
a whole bunch of close options. The thing that's interesting about Tiger Toads, they have a bunch of non-bad options. And the question is, which of their options that are very close, we're talking about like a few percent either direction, which one is best?
Primal Wraths
They went for the
are
classic
and they're
matchup.
doing it, though.
Okay.
They are sticking with the Outlaw.
The Outlaw
So
Frost.
this is the same matchup that we
This is what we saw
Tiger
last
Toads
week.
win with Rogue Mage.
Yeah, yeah, but that was last week. And this week we have
Right.
seen this matchup win on the other side. So
I mean, to be honest,
Welcome to the
it doesn't
jungle.
make
I
sense
like
though,
their
because
blind
Rogue
pick
Mage is
here,
left
right?
less than
I feel
Feral
like this
Mage,
is a
I
matchup
think.
that can go either side, and that's really the best thing you can do when you're on the blind, right? If you lock in the Windwalker, you might just get hard countered right off the bat.
Yes, they had a
If
bunch
you're
of very
avoiding
close
something,
options to pick from.
Is that some tea or what was that?
Green tea, baby. You know?
The
We are
Blizz
a
Place
Tiger
thing, it
team
should be the whole.
overall,
You copy the whole thing.
yeah.
It's the whole document is just one input
I'm
for
sticking
it.
to the brand, you know.
Yeah, that
I feel like
makes
people
sense.
still hold on to the Ret main with me, and I'm just like, I've ascended, guys. You know, I am
Yeah, we haven't
on
seen
the
any
peaks. We didn't see any Ret. Okay, we thought we had a Ret team in the final 8, and then we just got KFC every time, which was pretty
We
incredible.
got baited. We
We
got
did get
baited in
baited.
that matchup, but we won on our predictions. So
That's right.
You know
That's
what?
all that matters.
That's fine.
That's
Yeah,
right.
we take
And I
that.
can still get the perfect score on this prediction too. Like I'm not out of it just
Oh,
yet.
yeah.
Though
Yeah,
I,
I'm
do
out of
respect,
it.
I respect the bold. I respect the bold 3-0. I mean, honestly, I thought it was going to be the FMP RMP mirror to death, and then FMP was just going to kind of dampen. I was hard wrong. I mean, I see the rosters, and I saw what they played last week, and you know, credit where credit's due. Both of these teams showing that they are extremely flexible, and
Yeah.
that I mean, as I say that, we're back to their bread and butter here in this matchup.
Both teams are extremely flexible. RMP versus FMP. No, but it's true though. It is true. Both teams have been preparing some stuff. I didn't expect to see Cubsy on an LA shot. So that was very surprising to see, and to see how much damage he was able to do, how much pressure and what it
Right.
took to actually kill him. I was very impressed with that, and that's just something more now that we're adding into the arsenal here of the Tiger Toads. So it is 1-1 apiece right now, and this is the swing match. If Welcome to the Junk can win this one, it is going to look great for all of our predictions. But of course, Tiger Toads, they have something to say about that. Already, we're seeing double angels popped in the opener.
Yeah, respecting the icy veins from both the mages. I mean, that's a scary button, as Venruki primely educated us. Incarnation from Drake as he dips down. Maim onto Kearney. Where's the follow-up CC? It gets knocked out. I believe it gets counterspelled as well. Oh, the first ice block of the game will be forced as
In the
a
first
polymorph
48
lands
seconds.
out onto Zhang, and all of a sudden the Rogue Mage are still showing that they got it. They beat this FMP with Rogue Mage last cup. Can they do it again? Calvish getting locked out here. He taking a bit of damage. He's going to get gripped back
Oh my
in.
God, Calvish second block.
is getting
No,
a
full
huge
HP.
bite from Drake, however. Drake's like, you might have gotten an ice block, but I want one myself. The Heart of the Wild also coming out. Maybe get some off heals out.
Not dead, but-
doesn't look like it. Counterspell into
Wait,
the
actually?
shot, into the double fear.
Oh
This
my
is
God.
epic. He's on hypo. Tiger Toads. What the heck? This Rogue Mage is unstoppable. Taking damage with
Interesting.
What insanely dominating match here from the
Very-
Tiger Toads. That, like,
Very
it's
interesting.
crazy because
Perhaps even.
last match 55% dampening. This match 1 minute.
Yo,
Like
what
it's just.
happened?
And
That's
they force
crazy.
everything, right? So it's
What are you gonna
crazy.
see
They get
now?
that beautiful opener. They get Kearney's trinket.
Well, now they're gonna
and the
blind.
ice block,
It's the blind mind
and
games. They'll
at
probably
that
blind the
point,
same thing.
if you
They'll
can
probably
change
blind
that,
the
you
Rogue
have a
Ellie,
small
and it'll
window,
probably
right,
play that
where
very
the
close.
hypodermia is
But I
gonna
mean,
be
that's just a
active.
very, very
That is
insane
where you can
matchup.
Make it happen. So let's see what actually
Rogue Mage seem
happened
pretty
here.
dominating there, but it's just
Calvish
kind
goes
maybe a
behind
bit
the pillar, he
random.
recovers from this setup, and then they get a counter spell, a blink counter spell onto Zhang, into a cheap shot, into a polymorph, and that is a DR cheap shot. That is so nasty, actually, right there. Can we just see that one more time? Like, look at that. So Zhang is going for the holy fire right here. His whole team is like looking pretty healthy, is completely fine. Calvish hits him with the blink counter spell, and then look at Dazed here. This cheap shot is coming out, and it's a half cheap shot, but the thing is, Jung is feeling confident here because he's already been stunned. So he's like, okay, they've already stunned me. They're not going to do a go. It's our turn to get aggressive. I'm going to help my team get aggressive. So it's not necessarily a mistake from Jung there. It's just a good outplay that comes out from the Tiger Toads here. And they immediately make that work. And Nick, unfortunately, he's on hypo. Like, you can't really do much here when you get surprise attacked like that. Tiger Toads take a quick one.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I don't know. So when it comes to quick losses like that, especially coming off of the toes of like a dampener, I don't know. Like, I think we talk a lot about like the composition strategies and like what's going on in these players' heads. But for me, my problem is tilting. I feel like if I die from having like on hypo in the opener, basically, I'm sad. And that really does like hurt my confidence a lot, especially in a matchup that we saw FMP beating some of the best rogue mages in the game yesterday. So it's definitely possible to go the distance, but to lose a game like that, it really is going to be a test to see if they can continue to keep their heads and to stay focused in this matchup. Both teams, I mean, I feel like every freaking pick, every draft is a crazy mind game with both of these teams. Because yeah, sure, you got the FMP. Yeah, sure, you got the RMP. But you also have Arcane Mage RMD and RMP. And then you have Elemental Shamans on both sides that seem to be able to hang.
It is really crazy because, like, when I see Calvish on the Outlaw Rogue, I'm like, wow, this guy's really good on the Outlaw Rogue. But then I see him on the Sub Rogue, I'm like, huh, this guy's really good on the Sub Rogue. But then I see him on the Mage, and I'm like, huh, maybe Rogue is his alt. So it's like you don't really know what's going on with this team. And same thing with Cubsy as well. Like, you see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, you're like, yeah, that's it. Lock that in. Keep locking that in. And then you see him on the Elisha, and you're like, huh, okay, yeah, that works. And then he plays the Warlock, and it's just the same thing, right? So it's not just about being flexible. It's also just how good they are when they are flexible, and then they just have Dazed as well in their back pocket. And it's crazy to see how much this team has evolved, and it is kind of a fusion, right, from two different teams in a way from last season. So it's really cool to see. The Silk Tigers and the I forget which toads are we on, the Super Toads or the Power Toads or we've gone through so many iterations of that roster, but the fusion of those two rosters has been really beautiful to see. And once again, it's got to be Calvish on the Sub Rogue, Cubsy back on the Ellie. So this is their blind pick. They like this in the blind. Dalaran Sewers though.
Dalaran Sewers is a spooky spice. It's like, I mean, you have the waterfall that comes down that kind of like really cuts the space in half. It can create like line of sight that can really not work in your favor depending on when it lands. It's a map that requires a lot of flexibility. It has those boxes though if you do need to pull back and get defensive. It's well balanced in that regard, but it's tight. It's a tight fit. It's hard to get away. If one team is having momentum in their favor on this map, I feel like it's easier to capitalize on. And we're going to see an Elemental Shaman Feral Druid come out from Welcome to the Jung. All right. So we saw them lose in this composition.
All right, so the interesting about this is
Burrow, right, in game number 1. I think I like this choice. Like, I wouldn't take that loss and be like, yeah, I mean, this is it. Like, the priest in that matchup, he decided to run around. Maybe if he mass dispelled instead of just immediately went for that button, he would have time to get a Serenity off to heal Prev in time. I'm not sure, but we do have a battle of the Elemental Shamans going on here in game number 4.
I mean, what I think's going on here is I think that Tiger Toads believe that Rogue Mage loses to Feral Ellie or Rogue or Windwalker Ellie. That's what I think is going on here.
It's just gonna
like based on what they're afraid of in these matchups.
And the Windwalker that we saw last time,
it seems like they think that. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. But that seems to be like how they're picking to try and avoid that matchup. You can read into how the war games have gone for them and how the ladder results have gone for them, because that's what it looks like is happening here. It looks like they don't like the Rogue Mage matchup there.
Even late in the game where I was like,
and by picking this Ellie, by picking Ellie sub, they're kind of blocking that, I suppose, and pushing them onto different matchups. They've actually taken the Ellie mirror this time because they didn't think the Windwalker was actually decisive last game. It was a bloodbath, and they're also in a situation where it's match points. They can't take risks.
might not have happened.
So that's my interpretation of what's going on.
Of game number 1, but just the threat of it forced cooldowns. It had Zang, like, you know,
well, that's what's happening, Axiom. You're exactly right. People are playing like they're trying to pick the Ellie Shaman into the Mage teams for the most part. The exception here is that Arcane was able to punch through at the start, but that could have been a weird result. That could have even been a losing blind pick. They may have actually literally felt like they lost the blind and then won the game. The game ended very randomly in the opener there. It ended to like an Arcane, like it was like an Arcane Surge, and he had Trinket Barrow. I think Arcane beats Ellie. That makes sense. I mean, it's not how they lost the first game. Right? The first game did not end that way at all. The first game ended to, you know, they had cooldowns. They had lots of cooldowns.
What's going to happen before it happens?
So it's hard to say like what they expected from each other blind-wise. It looks like this is a highly evolved matchup where both teams have a lot of comps they're preparing for each other. I would not be surprised if this, like, based on the way they're picking, it's highly evolved. Beyond last week. Last week it was like 2 matchups the whole time. Both vying for dominance in terms of what they thought was best, and it seems like Tiger Toads don't respect that Rogue Mage is best anymore, and it seems like Ultimate Jung doesn't respect that Feral Mage is best anymore. Both have their own interpretations of it, and they're both kind of changing quite a bit.
Calvish is going to get lassoed up into a fear, so that Go's going to be negated in the opener. So even though he got that sap onto the Priest, it really didn't get you know, anything out of it. Big damage going out into Prev, but even when Zang's caught into a stun, he can still use that Guardian Spear through. Not that it might have mattered there for a second. That's also the wall. Tiger Toads forcing a lot of defensive cooldowns out the gate. Chastise stun on the Calvish, potential swap onto him. He's just going to trade the cloak. He's going to respect the damage for now. But I thought Prev was dead. I'm not going to lie. I thought the game was over.
Yeah, it almost was. Prev can thank his lucky star that he actually.
I mean, does Org actually synergize with anything though? It's kind of weird.
A big swap onto Drake, but looks like they're ready to deflect the situation here. Drake's gonna have to use his Heart of the Wild and Barkskin right there though. So Drake definitely feeling the pressure here on the next swap. He's not gonna have that Barkskin. He could easily go down. He needs to pre-bear from these setups. Drake actually looking for a bash into a Cyclone onto Kearney there in the backline. No, they're swapping to Kearney actually. Big swap. Stun into stun. It's going to force out the Barkskin. Kearney is going to duck into bear form. He has Heart of the Wild. Should be able to recover there without spending too much mana. Now, Zhang gets caught up in a kidney shot. It looks like they are going after Prev here on the Ellie Shaman. Cubsy doing a decent amount of damage here on the Ellie Shaman.
Yeah, my concern with Org is I don't think they have a comp they can play that they synergize with.
And Prev already with no cooldowns left. He just has his trinket. Look at Drake as well, taking a tremendous amount of damage, but at the same time, Welcome to the Jung is striking back. Prev coming out of that burrow and equalizing the damage there, getting a little bit of pressure for his team.
Both of these teams just have the utmost respect for each other's damage. There's a smoke bomb, and it's going to get cloned up by Drake within it. Because both teams are just kind of, you know, finding openers and immediately getting shut down constantly. Another swap on the Kearney. He did bear form this, though. Maybe it's not enough because he doesn't have Barkskin. That's the renewal follow-up. He's taking huge damage. He's trying to get the heals off, but...
You going Kearney's kind of suck up. Kearney is actually struggling super hard.
He gets sucked back out into the open, but Drake finally caught into a Cyclone, and Kearney's going to have to keep those hots up on himself throughout the game to make these swaps less potent as we get deeper into dampening. That's going to be a lot of mana cost to try to preemptively keep those up. Prev getting ping-ponged is going to be forced to use his wall on the back end. Zang, no Guardian Spirit for quite a little while now. He does have the health swap if he absolutely needs it, but he's going to help his team get aggressive. Calvish now committing the kidney shot onto Drake. Looks like he's not even trying to really get too much damage out of it just yet. It's just trying to stop the consistent pressure from the team. Incarnation in 2 short seconds. If Prev can survive this go, there's the stun.
How is it 5 gifted subs?
Looks like he's catching a
paying it forward as well from Rank 1 Soda. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. Thank you very much. We're at 6 subs today. Thank you very much, buddy. That is insanely generous of you, man.
Counteracted by the Giga Tree on the side of Kearney. Kearney now, he still has that Iron Bark. He's trying to save it. There's the maim. Calvish uses the kidney shot onto Prev. Prev aggressive as well. Preemptive Angel keeping himself completely in the game, but is it enough to keep
Calvish?
Alive?
Thanks,
Calvish also getting topped off through all that, and both teams, oh my gosh, trading both keeps like disappearing.
Yeah, Prev has actually managed to almost stall back his defensive cooldowns here. So if they can play this kind of defensive game, it's going to be good for them. Calvish, though, gets stunned into a Typhoon.
Yeah, they're interesting changes. I just don't know if they have synergy, but maybe with Death Knight, it could be a thing. I don't know. Worth looking into, I suppose.
Generating decent pressure there back on to Calvish, forcing Kearney to kind of leave that pillar as well. Cubsy now is going to take a little bit of damage, but here comes the smoke bomb. Prev, what are you going to do? He trinkets, trades out the Stone Bulwark Totem and the Astral Shift here. So a lot of defensive cooldowns being used. He only has the Burrow left. Look at that beautiful pre-bear from there coming out from Kearney as well. Right before that stun, reading the situation, gonna be ducking back to the pillar. Still had to use his bark skin though, but that could have been his trinket as well. Calvish still getting swapped to, taking a lot of damage there as well, but the Iron Bark is good for Kearney. He's gonna keep himself and his rogue both in that scenario alive, but now they're swapping to Cubsy, and they're doing such a great job on the side of Welcome to the Jung, just swapping Kearney, make sure that he's holding himself. Now
Doesn't the Jung is a bit ahead here?
Calvish. Now we're swapping to Cubsy.
Thank you so much again, Cam, for the 5 good subs. It is insanely, again, insanely generous of you, man.
But at the same time, Prev is not feeling too hot. These CC chains, especially if they can chain them with a Cyclone, could just be the end of the game here with Prev going down.
I agree. The awareness of where they should be positioning, when Calvish should be pushing in for the kill, when not to, when they need a cross CC to stop the go. Man, these guys are just so good. I wish my DPS and Soul Shuffle were this good. They're always just running behind the pillar, man. These guys are trading offensive CDs, offensive CC, just to stop a potential win condition go. Their awareness of the game is just next level on both sides, and you can really tell Kearney now getting dipped down as well as top of Cubsy, having to take up 2 people's healings. There's the main on the Cubsy. This could just be it.
Wow.
Kearney doesn't have the throughput, and Welcome to the Jungle's raw damage is able to overwhelm Kearney here at 5 minutes into the game.
I think we're going to see...
Beautiful stuff there. And that was the thing, right, that Welcome to the Jungle was doing really well. Just swapping around, making sure that they're continuously pressuring everybody, making it really difficult for Kearney to kind of keep up with the damage. You got a really solid
I think Toads have an advantage.
Calvish prior to this,
Yeah.
where
That was still kind of close, though.
His trinket, and he had to shadow step back out and catch some heals. And this was that moment, right, where Calvish was getting topped. And then after that, they just swapped over to Cubsy, and they just kept the pressure going like that, back and forth, swapping around.
Well, they had to blind this. They blinded. So Tiger Toad's blinded. That's why I'm saying they have an advantage, because what does Jung blind? I feel like they've revealed a counter to all their comps so far in these matchups. The blind pick seems to have been decisive in the series. We'll see if that's the case. But they had to leave with sub because they wanted to try and kind of take away options.
To stabilize Calvish, but then again that leaves Cubsy exposed.
Earlier, you're totally right. I totally forgot about that swap Iron Bark on a Calvish, and he didn't have anything for it. I mean, he had Vanish, I think, and that was like it. And like Vanish doesn't do a whole lot when you have a whole bunch of bleeds on you. I mean, it helps. It definitely helps. There's like that damage reduction, but I don't know. Yeah. I think that Iron Bark was good. It's hard, man. Like this Giga Tree, you can often see it used as like a preemptive, like don't CC me as you're about to go. But because of that, you lose a lot of throughput in those key moments like that. It was a lot of back and forths, and they were able to find an opening and nail them down. There we go. It is game 5. We did go the distance, and I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure that's what I predicted. It's no big deal, really.
I'm not gonna say anything, David, but last time we cast it together at the very beginning of the day, there was a team that we both voted for that would win it. And they were under, and then they managed to kind of get that reversal. I don't know. Could this be history repeating itself? Welcome to the Jung. They're feeling confident. They're rocking it in. I think Cubsy's coming in on the Arcane Mage. I think we're seeing match number 1 here. I think it's Arcane sub Resto Druid. Let's go Tiger Toads. Lock it in. Let's go. We all know it's coming.
I hope so, man. I mean, that comp looked extremely strong. It was tough to say for just like one game of data, but they just had the momentum from start to finish on the Grand Arena. It was like really, really, really good cross CC. Really good, just constantly looking for openers on either side. I personally would love to see the Arcane Mage sub-rogue in particular. I just think both of those specializations have so much room for creativity, so much flexibility to just make crazy plays out of nowhere. And that seems to be the name of the game when you're going up against such evenly matched teams here. This isn't even the finals, bro. This is crazy. Like this could easily be the finals of the entire tournament, or maybe even like
100%.
the lower, I don't know, the lower finals of last tournament. And you're right, you nailed it, dude.
Hey.
Rogue Mage Druid out from Tiger.
All
Kings.
right. Let's see if Cubsy gets enabled like that again. If he can get a big ice wall, he can get his damage off at the right time, he can definitely take somebody down. I mean, Arcane Mage right now, there is a lot of RNG involved in the spec, but you can hit upwards of 4 million non-crit with your Arcane Barrage. Like, it is crazy the amount of damage that you can do, because you have all of these different modifiers that can all just kind of proc at the same time while you're going for your Arcane Surge. And if that happens, you just immediately delete somebody. So it is really cool. Also with the new 4 set, we mentioned it earlier, but the Touch of the Magi, the way it works, when you proc your, when you pop your Touch of the Magi, you get a free Arcane Missile. You get the jackpot. So you get a free Arcane Missile proc, which also does extra damage. I think it's like 5%. And you also proc the Ether Attunement, which makes your missiles cleave everybody and do, I think, like 50% extra damage. And your missile, when you missile somebody, it puts a debuff on them, which makes them take more damage as well from direct damage sources. So if you have like 2 missiles stacked, and then you already have an Ether Attunement pre-stacked, and you Touch of the Magi, you can back-to-back multi-missile cleave and just kill the whole team. And also your barrage is going to be really fat because that's going to give you Nether Position, which buffs your barrage. And then if you get an Intuition proc at the same time, that buffs your barrage by like 50% as well. And if you have Arcane Surge, when all of that is happening, you're just going to immediately send somebody for like 4 million. It's happened a couple of times to me when I'm playing my Arcane Mage.
It's a repeat of match 1, but I don't know. I really don't.
Like a sub-rogue, especially somebody as good as Calvish, to kind of enable that. With just stunning everyone.
I genuinely have no idea how this should go out.
As well on his own with Shadow Blades and with Smoke Bombs. That is just a recipe for success. So let's see what happens.
Arcane's a very like complex spec in terms of like how it sets up its bust.
Will drop down to the lower bracket. Winner will advance to Championship Sunday right now.
I hope all those
Still 2 series after this, though.
Because it's for free here on AWC broadcast. Don't forget that, y'all. That's crazy advice coming out from Zika. Like, basically a guide. Holy Ward already eaten from Zhang. Prep taking a bit of damage. He's going to preemptively use that Angel. He sees the go, but no offensive cooldowns. We're committed, Zico. Nothing. If they can get CC follow-up on Zhang, this could be at least trinkets here in the opener. Guardian Spirit on the kidney shot. Prep is taking a huge bit of damage into the full blind. Is it going to be enough? This is Blades. This is big damage onto Prev. He's dipping down to half. Guardian Spirit doing a huge amount of work. Looks like it's going to be enough from now, but buttons are being forced. Incarnation now coming out onto Calvish and Cubsy. Huge pressure that all of a sudden Kearney is going to need to deal with, and he's going to deal with it with the Giga Tree. Calvish dipping really low.
Oh my God.
He's going to gouge the Feral off of him. Both teams trading blow for blow. The preemptive burrow from Prev, though. The preemptive, he sees the cheap shot onto Zhang. If there's follow-up, this could be it. The Cyclone comes out onto Prev just to slow some things down. Tiger Toads see that they're, you know, kind of losing control, and they're just going to hunt and slow the game down. Wait for the DR.
Cubsy!
Cubsy's health bar just keeps getting lower and lower. He seems to be okay for now, but Kearney caught into a bash. Drake looking to get some damage out onto him, but he preemptively bear forms. Cyclone onto Drake. This could be a huge setup onto Prev, and Zhang knows it. There's the Holy Ward preventing, but it gets eaten up. Cheap shot goes, it lands. Can they get the Ring of Frost? They don't. Can they get the Polymorph? They don't. Another Polymorph, and Zhang fades. It gets around the pillar. Prev has that wall if he needs it. Cubsy and Calvish looking for the go, while this Feral Druid is just chewing them apart.
Yeah, Cubsy actually has his Arcane Surge active right now, so he could potentially hit some big damage. You look at him, he's just proccing Arcane Orb after Arcane Orb, and it looks like he's got a decent amount of damage. There's a missile as well coming in on to Prev. Do they have any follow-up CC? He's going for the Ring of Frost. The Ring of Frost connects. Prev could be in big trouble here. Is he going to trade anything? He's got the Guardian still ticking on him, but I don't know if he can rely on it. He is going to trade the Stone Bulwark Totem, at least trading out something, respecting the damage that is coming in, and Cubsy not going to have Arcane Surge, not going to have Touch of the Magi here for a little bit, so his damage is going to be somewhat limited. It's going to be mostly about just spell steals, proccing some missiles. If they can get some interrupts on these missiles, that could be big, but here comes Welcome to the Jung. They get Calvish pretty low. stun into a full cyclone here onto Kearney. Who are they going to go after? They're going after Cubsy. Shifting power coming out. He's got the touch of the Magi. He's going to activate it. There's the touch. There's the cleave missile coming out with the touch. And he's doing a lot of damage here, just proccing multiple arcane orbs, which gives him more barrages as well. He's looking for the Ring of Frost as well. Out of the blind, he doesn't get it, but he does get the full sheep. Prev could be in big trouble here. He gets gouged just so they can reach him. Prev, super low. There's the smoke bomb. No, he blast waved him out of the smoke bomb right there.
Same kind of situation as last time. What the fuck?
He's
got Barrow again.
He had to trade out his trinket and his void shift in that exchange.
We had some options.
Tiger Toads are still looking very good.
They survive a go.
It's crazy. This actually is a counter. I didn't think this was like a hard counter into Ellie. Like it is.
Sorry, from Drake getting aggressive onto Cubsy. Calvish getting rooted up as well. A lot of control coming out. If Drake can connect a lot more of this damage, it could be a lot of mana or even defensive cooldowns. But the kidney shot onto Prev, the preemptive Guardian Spirit from Zhang is going to top him off A-OK from now. Drake also using the bark skin there, just, you know, in anticipation of a potential swap, it would seem. But Prev seems to be okay. I say that. He has no wall, no Guardian Spirit available. Zhang has no outs.
Cubsy's dead.
A mage died. The mage died.
Whoa,
Cubsy's dead.
What? You blink and you just miss it immediately.
He had block.
What just happened?
Now Drake also using the
trying to see this.
there, just, you know, in anticipation of a potential swap, it would seem. But Prev seems to be okay. I say that. He has no. Anticipation of a potential swap, it would seem. But Prev
He's kind of
seems to
sitting
be
half.
okay, I say.
Bro, he takes an insane hit right there. Look at that. I mean, he's like 60-70%. We're gonna see the death log now. It'll go through it.
Right. When you play Arcane Mage and you go up against Ellie,
He gets kicked,
so
but
disruptive. They have
he
so
gets
many
one.
different
He
ways
gets
to
one
shut
tapped.
down your damage. They have lightning lasso and wind shears and all that crazy burst as well. But let's see what actually happened here to Cubsy.
Okay, so he has a full health bar, man. What's going on, dude?
He's kicked now. He gets kicked right here.
Does he actually die in one win? There's no way.
No, he gets feral kicked. Kick, and then
What?
that hit is
Stun.
absurd. It's a
This
Ascendance.
is in giga slow motion. He actually just got instantly erased. Wait, can we see it in normal speed? That was like a bite
normal.
plus.
Yeah, it's probably a big winner hit.
How it happened live. So he gets wind shear. They proc some lava bursts, and then look at here. Drake just boop boop.
It's Prev, but it's
How much was that bite? That
it's
bite
it's
was
Ascendance.
That was it. That was
He presses Ascend
massive bite, right? It was like
same
Okay,
time.
so-
He's got 2
okay,
seconds to Ascend, 1 second to Ascend. Ascend
They also
with
took
Prime
the
Wave
face
is my
off,
guess.
Apparently, man.
No, Ascend. Ascend's up. Maybe not.
Hey, D-Machine with another
It does look
perfect
good.
prediction here coming through.
So proud of you. See, you're all nervous.
It's the feral.
You had
It's not
this
actually
whole
the
time,
Ellie.
You're right.
The feral one-tap summon and a
this,
kick.
This WDUI. You're always
Oh.
gassing me up.
I'm guessing it's bite. I'm guessing it's bite, big win, a bite.
On the desk here at AWC, and your predictions are great. Welcome to the Jung.
Big
well
winner.
done. And now they're off to
God
face
damn it,
Team
man. There it is.
I am excited.
He gets
for this.
Prime
I feel
Waves
like
with
more than
Ascend.
we've seen-
2.8.
So he gets Prime Wave, big winner.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, let's look at this. Go ahead.
Look at the cliff of a line graph, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, 1 million bite. It's no big deal. Big
No, it's 1
500K. Yeah, we'll follow it up with a million Earth Shock or so. Yes, no big deal. Holy crow, dude! It was definitely a team effort. Both classes are in on that. They're like, who needs CC, man?
He has a lava burst in the air.
I guess he
Go,
wasn't
go, go,
CC'd,
sorry.
actually.
He
technically.
Prime Wave.
I'm gonna-
Wait, no, I don't quite understand that. How does the lava burst
Pretty
hit?
sure he got wind sheared, so that's all. That's what you need.
The timing on that seems kind of
My favorite
sus.
quote of the
Like
weekend
just
is gonna be,
unlucky,
"A mage
I guess.
died. A mage
He must
just
have
died."
lava busted from really far away,
Just
and
all
then
this hype and, just the
My
stun
brain
lock,
broke,
bro.
I wonder if Cubsy got himself killed here somehow, because I feel like there's 3 damage events hitting in 1
I see
second.
Arcane Mage, they don't die.
There's a Prime Wave at 0.98. There's a lava burst at 0.06, and there's an Earth Shock at the same time. So what's the order of events here? Is it lava burst, Prime Wave, Earth Shock, and the Prime Wave travels slower? I think it has to be that. And then I think there has to be like either Prev repositioned, or like they have to position away from each other to give them extra time on the lava burst. Because for those 3 things to hit within 1 second of each other, So you think it's Prime Wave, Lava Burst, Earthshock? And then it's all at the same time?
You don't touch them, man.
Towards the end there, but it you know, it definitely wasn't an easy win for them, and I do have to wonder, like, are they gonna have that same kind of challenge?
No, I don't know. It probably is some. It probably is that then.
It's possible. I mean, I don't know if Liquid has the same flexibility in compositions as we're seeing between those two teams. We've seen Liquid bust out the Rogue Mage. We've seen the Windwalker Mage as well. But these other guys, they're bringing in an Elemental Shaman out of nowhere. Oh, you didn't like that flavor of Rogue Mage? Don't worry, we have a more scary version with Sub-Rogue Arcane Mage, and you know what I mean? It's interesting. There's a lot of like stuff going on between those two teams that I haven't seen the same sort of level of you know, flexibility, for lack of a better word, but just like a well-roundedness out of Liquid. You know what I want to see? I want to see Lord Mez come out one of these days. I know Death Knights
Good luck with that.
might not be in the best spot. You know, Lord Mez looking to try to find some value for his team. I saw some Hunter practice coming out from him. Maybe that's the ticket that they need. But welcome to the jungle in this current iteration of the meta. And the latest changes are currently my favorites of the tournament, even though that series against Tiger Toads was so
probably
close, ended on basically a gib with an ice.
I think Jung made a bad kind of call last week a little bit.
More, so definitely excited. Be sure you guys are tuning in for Championship Sunday, because this is about to be
I mean, I would
very
love to be a value man, but
you know,
it's tough to find value,
especially with the games that we had on Europe for sure. So we're not quite done with the day yet, though. We do have Left 4 Dead versus YPPM coming up next. Zika, what is your take on this series? Not to spoil it too much.
I was just thinking right now in my head, I was like, I wonder who I'm going to predict for. I was like, on one end, YPPMs, their RMP's been looking solid, but Left 4 Dead, they were able to get to Championship Sunday last time around. They were able to, you know, bring in the Clapper. Their Shadow Priest looked really solid as well with Gage. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time kind of seeing how it's going to play out, but it's going to be a banger, I think. I think we're going to get to see some more solid Rogue Mage from YPPM. I hope we get to see Aiden sit on the Sub-Rogue again, because he looked really solid. Even though Outlaw has been, you know, more meta. We've started to see some Sub-Rogues here in NA, and I'm here for it. It's super entertaining to watch, so I want to see more Sub-Rogue RMP from them, and from YPPM. Bring in the Clapper. It's probably not the best choice, but bring him in anyway. He got you Championship Sunday last time. Bring him in and just watch the Clapper do his thing, you know.
Could not agree more.
Tell me those, buddy.
All right, well, before we do head to a break, we have a game. You guys ready?
Oh, I haven't got one yet.
Oh, well, then on this, I'm going to go to the next area.
We're going to be playing Picture This. We will analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. If you're in the chat right now, play along with us. And I feel like this game is I'm better at it than the scramble.
I'm gonna game. Wait, I'm gonna think already.
90% sure I'm dyslexic, so the words are they don't work for me. I just don't know how to read.
I don't think Ellie is decisive with the answer to it, but I think it may have a small edge.
Soccer ball has some significance.
It probably depends on a bunch of things.
Oh, I guess it's just a foot.
I think last week again, you know, I think Jung last week maybe bet everything that
Listen, I thought it was gonna be a deep cut.
they kind of bet everything that the meta was Feral Mage and Rogue Mage was the
They
meta.
don't want us to overthink it, you know.
They double lost to Rogue Mage, and then on EU the same thing happened. It just kind of flipped. It actually flipped overnight. It flipped from the Saturday to Sunday. Waz's team lost to
AWC.
to
Sorry, I was
Feral
No, that's
Feral Mage. So it made it look that way, and then it ended up just kind of not being like the overall way it worked out on both regions. Other than that result, even Echo went through it, I think, afterwards without too much trouble.
This is crazy. AWC personality.
Did we get a clue? Is there like a clue?
Control effing X or okay.
Wait.
No ice block. Venruki thing X or okay.
Wait.
No ice block. Venruki.
Oh. Jesus. It was like a decade ago at this point, man.
Actually, a lot more than a decade ago at this point.
Just an X and an ice cube. Yeah.
Okay. I never forget.
Just an X and an ice cube. Yeah.
Wait, am I?
Okay. We
Am I
don't
hearing
get to know what is even the theme of this. This
Is it
should
like
be in a
skipping back and
soccer
forth?
Trees.
Handsome fella soccer trees.
Z. You
Oh,
gotta carry
Arena
in here,
World
man.
Championship. Is it?
What's the
What are
trees?
the trees
bro?
then?
I don't know, Cubsy. Lop.
You can't have AWC with.
Why is it
Cubsy,
skipping?
bro. That's right.
I mean, you're not
He
wrong.
is synonymous.
Not wrong.
He is synonymous now, dude.
Oh,
What's going on
man.
with this?
This is a
Bro,
biblically
give me-
accurate AWC championship.
Okay, let's decipher the emojis.
Oh, it's a
It's
hero.
a hero
Oh.
challenge.
Oh, that's so much more helpful. I have no idea, bro. What are you saying? Okay.
If a hot
Okay.
Just
acceleration going on?
flaming us last time, by the way, with the hero talent thing.
Yeah,
so we
chat,
gotta
where you at?
we gotta
That was
lock
Getting
in.
this
hard.
right in chat. Right? Anyone getting
That
this
was
right in chat
hard.
right now?
That was hard.
Not yet. Not yet. I just pulled it up. There was a delay, but we'll give him a chance.
Okay. So there's a brother.
Okay.
Let me reset this real quick. I had hotter acceleration on, and I wonder if that was causing problems. Yeah, it seems less laggy
Okay,
now.
what does the
Alright.
trees represent? There's 3 of the trees. Why is there 3? Like,
Is there a pop out
I wish
setting
we
on
had
this?
like a
No.
multiple
Oh my god,
choice.
I got it. Wait,
is it
no,
in
What
the
is it?
end of
have it.
lore?
I have it 100%, but I want to know if you guys should get it. Should I milk this production?
No, give
No,
us.
just
give
tell
us.
us.
To it.
Just tell us, man.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Keeper. That's my hint, bro.
Keeper of the
Oh.
trees.
Keeper of the Grove?
Keeper of
Yes,
the grove.
sir. That's my guess. I mean, it's gotta be, right?
Heyo.
Let's
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense, because the
Okay,
goalie.
okay.
What's up, chat?
Yeah, what's up,
Oh,
chat?
That's good.
Yeah, take that,
That's
chat.
Good.
Haha.
That's
We all
good,
got that
that's
at the same
good.
time, not just one of us. Right?
Freaking on-site
guys?
chat. Got your number, bro.
David gave us the keeper, so
Yeah,
that
yeah.
makes sense
That was
because like the
good,
guy
yeah.
in the football, so he's a goalkeeper.
Hey,
Yeah,
no,
listen.
Makes sense.
And then
When
trees,
Aiden
yeah, that
kidney
makes
shots the
sense.
whole team and gets the W, it's still everyone on the team's W. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, we got that W.
Hey.
Thank you.
We'd love to see it.
All right.
Yeah, it's
well,
not lagging
My
now.
favorite was the Van Ruki one. That one was like, yeah. I
That
thought
was
Dude,
good.
yeah,
That was
nice
good. I like
speed.
that they revealed it one emoji at a time. Otherwise, it would have been too easy.
Yeah, they
I
confused
agree.
us. Yeah, shout
Yeah.
out to whoever
Is it-
came up with that one.
That was good. It was a nice
Is it
delay.
you?
Yeah, it was.
Is it you?
I knew what it was. When it wasn't bad.
Wait, what?
Right, a little cheeky grin. Oh man.
Whoever came up with
Okay.
that one was just so handsome and was like
Okay.
really good at
Before-
the game.
So
It's
smart
crazy.
and good. Yeah,
We got to go to a break before Zico's ego gets even bigger. All right, we're gonna head out for just a bit. It's Left 4 Dead versus YPPM coming up next after this break.
This is a Rogue Mage versus. Oh, it's a repeat of the matchup we just played. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's Rogue Mage. We played one more ago. Not quite a rematch. It seems to be fixed now, by the way. What's the instance right now? Oh, what's this grip? It's gonna despawn. Get back in there. No, don't. Bran, come back. Bran, goddammit, come back. Bran. Bran. What are you doing? I actually found an upgraded bioprinter now. I just have one more of these left and I'm done with all these.
Well, Silver Alert, Grain is this, and whoever see him, tell him to go back and help Mage.
What's she doing here? Oh. That's all good, Ricky. I'm basically done. My last one to do. I'm not on a huge rush or anything like that. I don't actually even think that Rets will be that crazy. I just think they'll be viable. I'm not expecting some sort of crazy meta shift based on any of those changes, really. But if they were to be a thing, it wouldn't be too bad to have a second option, and it's something I can do while I'm doing shuffles and stuff with my other character once we're not doing broadcast, or once we're not watching the broadcast. So I'm fine with it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the lower bracket now. Both of these teams facing elimination. It's either going to be Left 4 Dead sent down here from Team Liquid or YPPM. They were able to eliminate a team earlier today, Control Alt Defeat, and now they're clashing here in the lower bracket. Both
By the way, if Tiger Toads lose to who's on the other side of the lower bracket?
Dangerous position to be for both of these teams. Left 4 Dead, I feel like there's maybe a little bit more stakes on the line for them because they've been having.
Oh my God, it's
decent run in
Chun.
Cup number 1, so they have a really good chance of getting towards the top end of the top 8 and maybe even possibly the top 3 with some of the names they've been able to take out in this matchup. I think that they might stand a better chance. I don't expect a Windwalker Monk from YPPM, which seems to be the main kryptonite.
I don't quite understand what I'm even doing here.
Certainly. Let's take a
Is
look
that what
at
I'm
the
getting?
predictions. If you are in chat, get your predictions in for this series. Get some of those points. Ven, what is your take on this series? What did you predict?
I'm going to be going with Left 4 Dead on this one. I think it's something Super T's touched on a little bit. If they go with the RMP, that's something Left 4 Dead has been very good into. So I feel like for YPPM, they're going to have to play something different. If they leave to the RMP, I'd be very surprised if they win. Maybe we see some Thugonomics.
Puddles what I need, so not the. It doesn't matter about the.
So I hope we do see that.
Okay.
But if we don't, I think Left 4 Dead's got this.
All right, Sid, I know you kind of already gave us your thoughts on this, but what is your prediction for this series? Okay, 3-1.
Spoiler.
I'm more concerned with
Crunch
what
time, game's
Zico's
ready.
prediction is because I feel like Zico's been climbing that leaderboard. So if we're not in
True.
alignment here, I feel like Zico and even yours, I always get nervous if they're not in alignment. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Not in
Oh, no.
alignment. It's not. I'm going even deeper than the bottom of the. I'm pretty sure I'm on the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Is Zico going in opposition here, 3-2 for the side of YPPM? Maybe he believes in the Subtlety Rogue. I feel like the Subtlety Rogue is a curveball that Aiden has been bringing, and now we see Calvish playing, and maybe more rogues are going to be playing Subtlety. It's just been kind of slept on. Everybody's just been, yeah, we're going to stick with Outlaw because we know it works, but Subtlety has been getting a lot of games, and he is starting out as Subtlety.
All right, here we go. Subtlety Rogue here, but it is going to be the cleave for Left 4 Dead. We got Clapper looking to clap back here in the lower bracket. One of our favorite warriors. He drops the spear, and Abreu is going to be pinned here for a moment, but the alter time should be enough. Abreu getting kind of smacked around here right now. Big burst incoming. Tuna's going to leap in over the ice wall. I love that utility there from the tree, getting right in on the action. Immune to crowd control, massive heal. Somehow Clapper's still dying, but I don't know. They make a swap on Tuna. Can they drop him? The intervene comes in. I think that should be enough. This damage is absolutely insane from Aiden and Abreu.
Let's see if they can keep it going. Another polymorph.
Bro, look at clap his damage, man. It's cosmetic right now. The warrior is such a brutal time connected to a mage.
He's holding on, being greedy in this position, but I feel like as the resto druid, when you use your trinket against a subtlety rogue,
He
you
just can't
know
play.
what's gonna come next. You know you're going to be the target. So I'm curious to see how Tuna is going to position here.
This class, by the way, Fury Warrior would delete me in 3 seconds.
And that is actually a big moment.
Especially on TI.
I got a medallion there for one of the damage dealers, so no value found. They Stormbolt Aiden, they're making a swap to the rogue, it looks. They're just trying to cleave 2 targets at the moment. Dismantle onto Clapper's recklessness, slowing down his assault, but now Abrua gets cloned during that dismantle. Aiden's running on the outside of the map. I think he wants to set up on Tuna. Abrua blinks over. I think it's just going to be a Dragon's Breath sheep, but he gets shut down on it. He's not able to find the polymorph, so maybe they do go for Tuna now. Kidney shot. He's in bear form, so Tuna knew he could be a target here. He's in bear form. He's tanky. He gets intervened. They're going to have to go on somebody else. It looks like it's going to be Axton, but the crowd control was dropped. Tuna's free. He's back into tree. He's got hots rolling, and honestly, Tuna is playing this expertly. He knew where the weakness was for his team, where the checkmate could be found, and he positioned himself accordingly.
Yeah, really nicely done. Axton right now still continuing to chase down Abrua. Gets back into cat form. He's in caster form for quite some time there. I was getting concerned that he might just get stunned and dropped, but now into bear. Big damage incoming, just trying to avoid the setup. Garbage moving forward. Mana lead here for Left 4 Dead, but a big kidney shot will land. Cheap shot on Clapper. A beautiful 3-2-1 setup there on the Clapper. The full fear. That's the wall. I don't know if Clapper's going to be able to survive. It looks like he will. Regeneration. Is it enough? Tuna connects the Iron Bar. Good peels there from Axton.
His mind controls from Garbage have been a bit annoying, just at low health, denying Tuna of a couple of globals. Axton is still kind of low at this point, but should recover. Is this a swap to Garbage? It looks like it is. They're going on to the Holy Priest. Aiden needs to get there, but he's disarmed. He already got a gouge on Axton, and there's a ring on Tuna. So it seems like that swap to Garbage has been totally diffused. Now Clapper the target once again. Axton actually walling here as well, anticipating, but it doesn't matter. He's just getting absolutely annihilated. Tuna's feared up. Clappers goes down, and
that's not what I expected at all.
Zico is just getting more and more points, isn't he? It's going to be Zico's weekend. I think it's just Zico's weekend on predictions here. I don't know, man. Aiden switched to Subtlety, and they look like a completely different team. I feel like they were kind of getting bullied around on Outlaw, and now he's Subtlety, and I don't know, maybe Waz is going to go Subtlety, like Halvish is playing Subtlety, like is Subtlety now suddenly taking the top spot?
I actually, Aiden messaged me. He's like, yo, why didn't you believe? And I was like, listen, man, sometimes I just have to make predictions, got to make it interesting, excuse. But I asked him, like, the games weren't looking good as Outlaw. He's like, yeah, I kind of tilted playing Outlaw. I told him I'm going to carry them going on Sub Rogue. So he's been going on the Sub Rogue, and it's been looking a lot better. I mean, it's a lot more concentrated damage. The burst is nice. Their setups have been clean. And that's the thing about the Subtlety Rogue. The nice thing about it is you have more damage during that small window. So if you get a clean setup, the chances you're going to win are a lot higher than Outlaw, which is a little bit more consistent damage. You're more of like a brawler than like a burst DPS like Subtlety Rogue, and it seems like that burst is quite significant. This wasn't even the Shadow Blades, but every single time you have a Shadow Dance available, you're going to be able to put out quite a bit of pressure there on that Rogue.
Yeah. How did we use medallions here? Because they're sitting with 3 medallions, so you're thinking they're in a good spot. He trinketed nothing. I think his sap broke. He trinketed nothing and then just into a full fear. And we're zooming in on Clapper, bro. This is BL. This is like zooming in on me at the bottom of the leaderboard. We can't do this to Clapper.
On the leap, man.
We can't do this. It was a very heroic leap, okay? Very heroic leap into the graveyard for Clapper. And Clapper's going to the bench. He's going to the bench. He's had enough. These mages have bullied him too much. He's like, I'm not.
It's crazy, man.
Mages have been bullying me. Gage, I need you. Big brother, I need you to beat up all these mages. They've been rooting me.
And he's just straight to the bench, man. That's me, man. But on Death Knight, I don't get to leap. We just
and I think this is the matchup that they do.
We just kind of waddle to the bench.
And I do think the Shadow Priest actually makes this even better into Subtlety, because you're very durable. It could be very difficult to get cooldowns for a Shadow Priest as a Subtlety rogue.
I mean, he got nothing done whatsoever. That's kind of crazy.
Want to have that consistent damage.
Actually look better than Windwalker, I think. Like Rogue Mage just look better than into the cleave, which is kind of crazy.
Dispersion, you can rotate through to survive these setups. Whereas against an Outlaw Rogue, the precise setups aren't nearly as impactful. So I feel like this is actually not going to be too bad of a matchup here for Left 4 Dead, but we've seen the lethality of the Subtlety Rogue Frost Mage. Garbage doing a great job backing him up, getting that cross crowd control, getting in the damage when he needs. So this really is still anyone's game. My prediction already completely wrong. Zico not looking too bad, but we'll have to see what happens. This series is just heating up.
Yeah, I think this is the right move here. I think that this is going to be a lot more difficult of a matchup. But I am glad that Aiden's sticking to the Subtlety Rogue. I feel like that's working out really well for their team, playing around the goes, instead of these big burst moments and just getting kills out of nowhere with that Subtlety Rogue. Gage on Shadow Priest is going to provide a lot of disruption. There's a lot of team healing that the Shadow Priest brings with Vampiric Embrace, Void Shift to be able to get an extra cooldown for your teammates, and they're just innately durable themselves with Void Leech from their hero talent tree with the Void Weaver. So this is a great specialization to bring in a matchup like this. And Gage has been performing, you know, on the top end of the Shadow Priest, and he's trying to take that spot from WizK, who's been like the #1 Shadow Priest for so long. Icewall comes down, big setup on Axton. Bomb out of the wall as well. They're all inning on Axton here. I don't think he's going to go down. Maybe, possibly with that double fear. Nice positioning from Garbage. Axton's holding strong here with Heart of the Wild and Bear form, but they chain it into a polymorph. The crowd control is endless at the moment as Axton is praying that Tuna can finally connect some healing onto him. He shadow melts. He tries to get a rake stun. It looks like it didn't land, unfortunately, for him. They survived the chain without using Medallion. That was pretty impressive. Like, that was an all-in from YPPM. They don't get a single Medallion from Left 4 Dead.
Nice master spell there by Garbage, just keeping up the pressure. And Aiden is just all over the map. Honestly, YPPM, they're looking like a completely different team here with this Rogue Mage setup. Let's see where they decide to go. They get a Polymorph onto Gage. They need to try to find some CC onto Tuna and Axton at the same time. They do not have Smoke Bomb. They do not have Ice Wall just yet. So they're not going to have that kind of win condition available with just line of sight. And with Tuna's positioning, they're making it very difficult. Abrua moves forward, looking for a Dispel on himself, using that Fireblood Racial on some of that incoming damage. Full kidney shot. Axton pre-bears it, and now it's going to be Abrua in trouble. So Ring of Frost lands, though. Gage at the same time. This could easily be the dispersion. He's getting low. Does not want to greet it. Going down to about 15% health. Double Fear comes in once again. A beautiful setup there by YPPM.
Yeah, this go after go right now from YPPM. There's big openings, no survival instincts on the Pharaoh Druid, no dispersion on the Shadow Priest. You know, and a Medallion in this position with no Void Shift is kind of useless for Gage here on the Shadow Priest. It's actually not looking good for them at all. They've got no momentum going for their team. Gage gets shut down on the Void Torrent with a gouge from Aiden. And Aiden switching over to Subtlety has just become an entirely different team. I feel like they're playing 3 times as good with him on Subtlety Rogue now. So let's see how
that's kind of interesting.
Fight back in this. Axton's in bear form.
I guess they're not playing against mages, so it's not bad to be sub.
Here. They stun Aiden. They're switching to the Rogue, but they're not finding any openings here. Garbage fades across the map looking for crowd control. Tuna's on the run away from him. He's going to Tranquility away. Garbage races in, gets the Chastise, and his Gage just going to go down. Tuna gets feared trinkets, but he's walled out.
I mean, Aiden's doing huge damn too.
And he's holding on by a thread, but he does get restabilized as Tuna gets into line of sight, but they got the Resto Druid trinket. They will have to exchange an ice block for it. They do Mass Dispel it, but I don't think
the fact that he's beating a feral Shadow Priest.
Incarnation for a few more seconds here. Barrier for Abrua. Axton really
it's kind of concerning.
Dragon's Breath, he can't get there. Now he's in a cheap shot, but he grips the bomb. Nice play from Gage in this position. Axton would have been out of line of sight. Likely would have had to trinket that smoke bomb. Now they switch to Tuna, but Abrua is still rotting, and it seems like Gage is starting to get his footing in this game with the health bars of YPPM dipping lower and lower.
I think Tuna had a little bit of a panic bark skin there. That I don't feel like YPPM actually had the damage to take him down, but he bark skinned at like 90% health, even though Abrua wasn't able to take him down. But this means that Tuna is quite vulnerable. He's got no trinket, no bark skin. Here's the setup. Tuna is getting absolutely deleted. Is he going to be able to hold on? He's so low on health. No
That's
way.
Crazy.
He does go down, but
that exactly actually looks better than Windwalker.
That was such a clean setup there at the end, but the setup that he bark skinned was not clean. It was Aiden got his setup a little bit botched. So he just
Calvage's team is in the lower bracket. They play against Chun-Li's team next.
Way too preemptively, and I think that's the reason he went down in that setup.
I mean, as a Resto Druid, I feel for him because it can be a very traumatizing experience against a Subtlety Rogue, because sometimes you can pre-bear their go, skin, and still die. So if you get caught and you're just like, I'll just skin, I'm stunned, I don't want to throw the game, you know, like I don't have a trinket, I don't want to get one shot, I'm just going to trade. But then he ultimately gets caught, he has no Medallion, which is that number 37 next to his health bar right there. That's tracking his ability to escape from crowd control. And healers can do that every minute and a half now. So you can see that 49 seconds, 48 seconds. And because he doesn't have that for another 40 seconds or so, he gets caught in Polymorph, which sets him up for Aiden to move over to stun him. He can't escape this, and his teammates are not in a position to really help him. There's basically no abilities they have that are going to do anything to change the outcome in this position. And they're able to clobber him, basically all 3 players dogpiling on top of him. I'm honestly surprised he even survived that long. I would have expected him to get completely erased in that position. So whenever Tuna doesn't have the medallion, the tracker right there with 45, 44, 43, that's a big opening for YPPM as a subtlety rogue.
Yeah. Tuna gets canned here. Told that joke 1 or 2 times in the past, but am I crazy, or does this subtlety rogue variant of rogue mage seem even better than like the Windwalker mage? Windwalker mage
that's what I'm thinking.
This is looking like even better. This
looking
is
way crazier.
YPPM is looking like they might just 3-0.
I mean, they still won cleanly, but
quick series.
they're
like we're bouncing around like what the best comp is a little bit now, which is nice.
Well,
I think that's
the thing that's interesting with this particular matchup is that Left 4 Dead just don't have a mage, so they have no way to actually like they can't. There's nothing scary. If you have sub rogue, they have nothing they can play into the sub rogue that actually they can deal with it, basically. So mage teams you can't play sub into.
Shadow Priest. I wasn't expecting Gage to have to even use a disperse for quite some time in the game, but it was like 3rd setup of the game. He's already down Trinket, Void Shift, and Dispersion. So that was very unexpected for myself personally. And given that momentum that YPPM have, I do think they are going to be running away with this. We're zooming in again on these predictions. Zico's on top. He's skyrocketing on the leaderboard here. I just feel like it's like this entire weekend, maybe this entire season is like completely unexpected results, which is awesome. This is probably one of the best AWCs to tune into if you've been tuning into them regularly, because this one is just so wacky. It makes no sense what's going on, and it's absolutely amazing because of that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I did not expect this one. I've been wrong a few times today, but I'm hoping that, my week 1 predictions are going to carry me on the leaderboards, honestly, because it's not been looking good for me in cup number 2, honestly. But yeah, YPPM, they're looking good. I'm not going to lie. When they were playing the outlaw variant of this composition, I was like, all right, these guys, this is a little sloppy. This is a little messy. But, YPPM locked in on the subtlety rogue, they're looking very good. Like, their crowd control is precise. Their setups are great. Their burst damage is high. You'll love to see it.
All right, they're starting on Shadow Priest. Axton is going to be able to intervene by stunning Abrua, denying some damage. Gage is just going for it, but Aiden is just saving Gouge. A Shadow Priest will normally stop their Void Torrent instantly, and they'll get precognition. So Aiden is using Gouge instead of Kick to stop Void Torrent, so he doesn't fall for that typical trap that a Shadow Priest will lay. This is big damage coming out from Gage, though, in this position, and it looks like he's playing an interesting talent here. He's playing Thought Steal.
And Calvisham still
steal Polymorph.
Tuna!
Oh my god, not again.
No,
Trinket. Skin.
This is what I mean as a Resto Druid. It's traumatizing against a Subtlety Rogue. Like, he bark skins it, and it's like, oh, that's not enough. I have to Trinket too. But now you're down Trinket and bark skin, which means you're just auto dead.
He has to pre-buck or bear format
on a swap in the future. So Gage is flipping his talents around to try and get an advantage here. He's playing Thought Steal, so he can steal Polymorph from a Brua and Polymorph the healer. And that can actually be a really clutch talent build against a Mage. When you're fighting a healer, you can use Polymorph on. But unfortunately, they just said, okay, I don't have Polymorph. I'm just going to kill your Druid. They blind Tuna. They could set Tuna up for a swap, but he's in Bear, so I don't imagine they're going to. Yeah, they actually can't chain the CC, so really good job by Tuna's team to prevent them from getting to him. And Tuna's playing max range. He basically needs to try and re-stealth and avoid engagement at all costs in this current position for like at least another 12 seconds. And he's buying time with Heart of the Wild. So is Axton. They're buying time in this window by playing max range, using Heart of the Wild to deter. I'm stuttering on that. Oh, but Axton gets walled off into a bomb possibly as well. And
Tuna uses tree, but what's he doing with it?
Behind the pillar and with that full row of hots,
oh, he's preing.
Walks away from that.
He thinks that he's going to get swapped to. Tuna used that.
Almost ready here for Aiden. If they can hold on, he's got the Shadow Blades coming up in a few short seconds. One of the most powerful burst cooldowns in all of World of Warcraft. That Shadow Blades is active, or not active, but available here for Aiden. Might pull the trigger with it soon. They've got the Icy Veins. They have overwhelming
Tuna off dab, but he's got Trinket in 5.
Has Trinket and Barkskin rotating back up.
Did Fox make it? That's sick.
Be the most vulnerable in this situation. They go for a Dragon's Breath. Let's see what they decide to do here. This is the Icy Veins. Maybe they try to bait out the Bark Skin. Maybe they try to bait out the Trinket. We'll have to wait and see. They're still waiting. They're biding their time. Full stun goes out onto Axton. Tuna's there. He gets chastised. Can they fear him up? He gets gripped away.
Playing Shadow Blades is good, yeah.
Double fear. Now Axton is all alone. Double Ring of Frost. A great setup here by
I think it's actually Flagellation. That's the crazy burst cooldown, but they're not showing it. Usually, like, they're used together, though.
Against a Subtlety Rogue, it basically will act as like a secondary Bark Skin or guarantee that you won't die through Bark Skin with an extra boost of health. So I would imagine most of the players here on Left 4 Dead are running that Trinket and enabled Axton to survive that without his team having to panic or use major cooldowns. He's bear forming stuns really effectively here. And he's trying to take
I don't know if it. He does live. Okay.
Long. He's going to pop Survival Instincts. and pop out the Adaptive Swarm defensively on himself, which is going to buff his Frenzied Regeneration. He's going to heal to full. Nice plays from Axton. He's setting up a stun on Aiden. Tuna's trying to add some damage in onto Aiden as well.
Crazy is how durable this Rogue Mage is, by the way.
Going to break the Polymorph. Void Torrent, big pressure, no cloak for
They're
5
just so
seconds.
tanky.
Garbage is gambling on those dispels, hitting that Vampiric Touch and horrifying himself for the time being. A lot of the time, actually. Abreu is now in trouble. It looks like Gage, is he going to be the target? Axton.
They're not paying a price for Let's CC.
Good triangle positioning from the team of Left 4 Dead. They're going to engage on the Shadow Priest. Pre-Ironbark, but the wall is down. Ironbark may not be enough. We've seen DPS die through even more damage reduction than an Ironbark in the past, but they get rid of the wall. Tree forms up. Tuna should recover, and now with that tree form, they need to start looking for their target. Garbage is dispelling a lot. They could punish that with the Psychic Horror that's available here. You could chain a Dispel into a stun on Garbage and possibly force a block from a Brua or a Cloak of Shadows from Aiden.
And one crazy thing about this matchup is Garbage is way ahead on mana. I mean, right now, YPPM, they have the mana advantage. Looking for a Smoke Bomb play here. Chastise on Tuna. Do they have the Double Fear? No. Great disruption there by Gage. Gets this Psychic Horror into a silence on Garbage and really denies any additional crowd control. Garbage is there, though. Can he get the Double Fear? He gets the Fear out of the Kidney Shot. Where are they going? It seems like Gage is going to be that main pressure point. He's got Dispersion. He needs to be really careful he doesn't get interrupted on Shadow here during these moments. It's very scary. Tuna moves forward. He gets a Maim Stun onto Aiden, so just trying to bring in that control. But inevitably, if YPPM can just keep up these setups, they can survive. Mana, like I said, going in their favor, this could be a big troubling situation here for Left 4 Dead.
That's crazy. They're losing every respect, man.
Overall damage or winning on mana. This is not
that's,
looking good for
that's
Left 4 Dead.
the thing right
Touchdown
there.
on Tuna
So
into
it's
a
very
kidney shot.
correct.
I think they're going to keep on Gage here.
They're tanky as fuck while doing the same damage and winning on mana. This is the most comprehensive possible win condition ever. You can't, there's nothing more to it.
Trying to reconnect, but Aiden's right there at his side.
And the other team has bigger burst as well. Look at Aiden. Look at Aiden.
For Axton, Left 4 Dead, match point.
Lives.
Icewall gets mass dispelled. And now Abreu is still taking some hits.
But look at Tuna's mana. By the way, Tuna's playing low burst too.
Avoiding a huge hit. And now Axton actually catches Aiden in a stun, but Garbage is in a good position to avoid crowd control. Keep his team stable with the Guardian Spirit, and they need to stop Tuna. Abreu blinks around the corner, stops Tuna from drinking with that Blizzard. Aiden steps over to the Shadow Priest to keep pressure going. They need to keep doing damage to keep Tuna from drinking at this point. Tuna's just going to go into tree form, get that mana cost reduction on his hots, get some CC immunity during this big burst window, but he has tree formed before Icy Veins. So if Abreu has shifting power here, if he can reset that, he's only about 20 seconds away, and I think that Icy Veins might be able to power through a Barkskin for the win, especially if they bait a Barkskin here by swapping to Tuna.
I mean, if this
Tuna's
game just
doing a good job. He
continues,
knows that's a bait. Veins
just
is coming
doing
up in 10
any
seconds.
kind of
If he skins
setup.
there, he's going to automatically die in 10 seconds. Veins gets procced here for Abreu. Big cleave damage onto Axton.
Oh, I mean, he has to play Zerathus though. If he doesn't play it, what does he do?
Yeah, this is looking really tough. But Aiden gets gone to a stun.
Swap.
Oh, no, that's a Void Shift. Garbage. He makes the trade, keeps Aiden alive.
I love the priest name, man. It's the Void Shift Garbage. It sounds like he's talking shit. Oh, big hit on Gage. Gage
really doing a good job.
swap uses his disperse.
With that smoke bomb cheap shot. Now continuing the damage here onto Axton. Garbage mana is massively ahead here for their team.
Yeah, Tuna, they got like I think like 2 more setups, and it's just game over because the game times out.
Here, it seems like Aiden is going to be that main pressure point.
Tuna still can't drink. Axton's tanking in bear form with Heart of the Wild.
I mean, Aiden can just punish whomever. The issue they have is that when he tries to run, his heart's full. So going for drinks and when his heart's full is just not acceptable into Rogue Mage.
Look like he's got evasion, double fear onto the damage dealers, slowing down their attack.
And Garbage is playing really carefully here too. There's the free healing from Garbage now too to solidify that mana lead. Play very aggressively.
Everybody's got boosted healing, and now Shadow Blade's available, Ice Wall available. Kidney
I would say they're gonna look to kill Tuna as soon as he's owned.
He gripped
him into the frozen orb, broke it.
That was clutch from Gage. He's making moves and plays, but the damage isn't
Bro,
there.
the guy's name is funny as fuck.
Actually, they stunned Aiden. A huge opportunity. I can't believe it if they pull this off. They're so
double grip.
They've been so far
Garbage.
for like the past 2 minutes, but Garbage denies the kill. He's holding on, but he's not fully recovering. Abreu is still at 50% at this point. Any crowd control on Garbage could be devastating. He gets stunned. Is he going to trinket correctly? He doesn't have anything to trade. Aiden uses cloak.
Oh, they're actually kind of getting destroyed by Damp. The Damp win condition.
Dispersion comes up in 1 second. Gage presses
Cloak.
that right away.
Gage.
Managed to squeeze in a little bit of mana.
Abreu with 2 blocks, but he's oh my god.
fast dispel the wall. They connect the heals, and I can't believe it. Left 4 Dead pull off another miracle. Tree form is coming up soon. They
Gage
might
dies.
survive.
Gage
They
dies.
need it right
Or
now.
Eden
Is it
dies.
gonna be enough?
Gage,
Is it gonna be
Gage,
enough?
Gage, swept the
is holding on
Gage.
at 1%, surviving in the meteor. He lands a double.
Oh my
fear.
God.
He polymorph. He's
He
trying
has
to spam it.
bomb,
He
by the
takes
way.
kick with it. Smoke
Oh,
bomb
not the
comes down.
piss
That's not gonna
bomb.
do anything.
Not the
Gage has
piss bomb,
Vortex
man.
rolling.
They could have won that
Dr.
earlier.
Tuna has done it.
They had a
He's
win
got his
con.
team back to full health. They somehow survived.
Oh, they
Opponent
actually
gets
kind of
kicked.
they
Garbage
had
is
that. I
still
think.
dispelling, but here comes an
I think they're
apotheosis.
probably
Garbage resets
cooked now.
chastise with that, and he's likely going to be able to engage, but he's in a
Unless they're
silence.
that
Gage is
tanky.
carrying
If
into
they
the
win this
base
now,
fight.
it's through
Aiden is
pure
rotting down.
tankiness.
Just a couple more points of damage. It's not there. Aiden holds on at 50%. Gage has nothing. Tuna has nature swiftness. He needs to avoid crowd control at all costs right now. Gage is just trying to do damage. He gets a nice double fear. I
Aiden?
can't believe it. I can't believe it right
Aiden?
now. Left 4 Dead are so close to actually
Garbage.
pulling this off, but Garbage
Heals
keeps
him.
denying
There
them
it
time
is.
and time again.
Yeah, pre-bear form.
Yeah,
there
Hades
by
get denied
accident.
by
They're going
Garbage.
after Gage now. He's got no dispersion, no void shift. This could
Gotta
be
feel-
the lethal blow, but Aiden is just so low on health. Garbage is keeping him alive despite the odds. We have big heals coming in from Garbage here. He's got a lot of free healing available.
Aiden's
Gage is
today.
still on the back foot. Tuna really has nothing
I'm
left.
not
He goes for the Iron Bark. A massive
surprised
play on
if he
Aiden,
does.
taking him down to 10% health. He gets topped off once again. These two teams going back and forth. Left 4 Dead. They want
thought it was
to
a
stay
spoiler, but
alive
no.
in this tournament. They do not want to go down. They do not want to be eliminated. But YPPM at the same time, they'd love a 3-0. This is really coming down to the wire.
Oh, Aiden gets a
I
restart.
mean, it can't be on Gage. It's got to be on Tuna, but he's the giant tree.
You can't. Ice wall
If you
comes down,
mess
that's not
around
gonna do
too much,
anything.
the giant
Cheap
tree
shot on
comes in.
accident. They're trying to get some value, some pressure. There's a silence on Garbage. How are these healers still going, man? This is almost a 10-minute game. They're still going. with
There's
like
the block.
5%
It's the
mana remaining at this
second
point.
block.
Japanese almost 50% healing reduction. Tuna gets put into a polymorph. If he trinkets, he's going to get feared on his trinket. Tuna's in a
Oh,
checkmate
Axton in a
position. He gets
lot
rid
of
his
trouble
trigger
here.
immediately.
One
Tuna
setup
falls
away from
before him.
death.
It doesn't look like it, but the damage is so high.
There's
Aiden
the
gets a
cheap shot.
Icy Veins is up. That surely
Where's the
should be
stun
it
from
for Axton.
Garbage?
He's trying to recover. He jumps in possibly to try and go for the killing blow, but they have nothing.
There's the stun into Axton. Farmer Storm did. Oh, the 3-0. It's not clean.
3-0.
But Garbage has them.
Wow, what a well-fought game by both of these teams.
That was a really good game.
10 minutes long, 52% dampening to close it out. Completely back and forth. Both healers out of
That was a
mana,
good
but
game.
ultimately it is going to be YPPM.
Sub looked
led
good
by
there.
Aiden on that Subtlety Rogue, doing a great job here. And most
Well
of us
deserved.
counted them out
You got to
except
keep in
Zico.
mind,
Zico
this
said he was
team
gonna go for a
reverse
crazy
swept
pick, and it
the
ended up
previous
paying
series
off.
to get to where they're
A
at.
Great performance for YPPM.
So that was
I
great.
told you, man. Like we cannot be betting against.
Finally,
Zico.
Rogue
You
Mage
are-
doing
we
well
are-
again.
needed
You
to
know,
beat
finally.
Bombs together, and then it was like
Someone had to do it.
yesterday, now it's Zico.
Both
But
regions
yeah.
had a rough time with
I know,
Rogue
man.
Mage
The world
yesterday,
is
but then
upside
today,
down, man. The way that you would expect anything to
who
go
would have
is not
thought that
going to
it
go
was
that way,
actually
so
Garbage?
this was
That would be
great
the
game. I thought
decision,
Left 4
like
Dead
the real.
actually managed to claw it back. It's almost kind of tragic that they didn't at least get this game.
I mean,
feel
Sub
like
is
they put everything they
fantastic
had
into
try and win this, but
non-Frost
ultimately,
Mage.
at this deep and Dampening
It's
against
apparently
an Icy Veins
unplayable
Mage,
into Frost Mage,
you're just getting
is what I'm
shatter
told.
comboed, like Axton just slowly marching to the Mage, but he's just marching to his own death. He can't even get back to him. Bear form's not enough. Even if Tuna's not.
It feels bad for Axton's team because they're so fucking good, but they don't have a mage in a meta that is like almost entirely a mage.
which is great. And moving into week 3,
That's the thing, right? Like the successful teams on both regions, even yesterday, unanimously pretty much mages. A little bit of Ellie as well, actually, I guess. That team doesn't have a mage or an Ellie, actually. I don't think.
Especially the Windwalkers. If they could figure out something for the Windwalkers, they could.
But an Ellie would have been sick there. If they had Ellie Feral, it would have been probably kind of chilling.
Holding my head down too low. They put on some great games. Feels like the compositions are not really set for them at the moment. But
I mean,
they're
mages.
very
I don't know.
entertaining
Mages
to
didn't
watch.
get any defensive enough. It's interesting that they allowed certain classes to just be so
Yeah, that's one nice
tanky.
thing. Rep Paladins are getting some love, and Axton also, he's a very good Feral Druid, but he's also a really good Ret, so might see the revenge of the
that's
Rets in
very
week 3.
true.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about to David with that one because, yeah, you never know. There's only one cup left also, so if they do want to make that comeback that you were mentioning, they're definitely kind of running out of time, but definitely want to see them come back for cup number 3. Quick series, especially if you compare it to, you know, the series that was prior that welcomed
It
the
sucks
Junk
to be upper
Tigers
bracket and have that
series.
happen.
That was a very, very swift 3-0. And now
Being
we're
a plate tank, I mean, do you see how destroyed Clapper got?
It's yet another elimination.
Clapper had
round.
literally
Tiger
no
Toads
fun.
and
It was the
Dust,
least fun I've ever seen anyone
Dustbusters,
have.
Subtlety's two
Even
teams
less fun
that
than being a
kinda
Death
don't
Knight.
feel like
Now,
they
if he was
should
playing
be
against Death
in
Knight,
the lower
he'd be having
bracket,
more
yet
fun,
here
but
they are facing off against one another.
yeah, that was misery. The first game, his damage was actually cosmetic because he couldn't hit anything while he just got blasted.
you really can't ask for a better.
I mean, you
tournament
gotta
than
feel
literally
bad for
every game is a grand
Fury
final
Warrior
quality
too when you're
match.
fighting against
Usually
the
first
god
rounds
classes.
usually end up being a little bit more of
You
a
just feel
blowout,
great
but
being
we're
a
seeing
Fury
big
Warrior into
curveballs,
the
newcomers
like.
come in,
I'm not even
and
F
really
tier.
mix things up. I think
The
especially
Z
with
tier classes.
him, yesterday for Europe, knocking out Echo. Like, who could have seen that coming? So you really can't bet against anybody. It's been very entertaining, very exciting, amazing storyline so far for this season, and it's really going to be building up for that finals now because there's only one more cup after this. So things are coming to an end quickly, and the teams need to be prepared.
They certainly do. So
Or
hopefully
maybe
they are
both?
prepared for this next up series because it's a big one.
I don't
for
know.
Both of these teams.
I guess
They
if you
really need
nerf
to
Mage by
secure
enough that Warrior can
that
connect,
spot
then
as
Warrior
high
will
as
look
they
OP.
possibly can
Sure.
in the standings for North America. So find out next who's going home.
I
and who
suffer
will
because of
make it
Fury
to
more than I suffer because of
championship
Mage.
Sundays.
But
It'll be
honestly, I feel
Tiger Toad or
squishy.
Gust
I
Buster.
feel
We're gonna have
squishy
a break
into
and we'll
like
be
single
right
Outlaw Rogue too. So it's hard to say. You know. Hey, Nody. I'm good. How you doing today? I don't understand. Like, what am I missing about this place? Seems really slow. Maybe it's kind of a shitty... Because I don't really see any of these piles that I haven't gotten already. You have to suck up the blood? It's not these things though, right? Oh, it is these things too. But not destroy it? What if you destroy too much of it? We did it, man. After this, it's just dungeons. All right, last series today coming up in a sec, and then we'll do probably. I can soon. I can queue for a thing. Okay, I can hearth now pretty safely, I think. Wait, no, I can't. Yeah, I wouldn't say the team has considered it yet, but I think the changes are good. So I'm leveling another rep paladin. I've got my 1 rep paladin that's virtually fully geared at this point. So plan is to have that as an option and have the ability to rapidly practice it if I can.
Welcome back. We are on the last series of the day. 2 teams facing elimination once again. They are in a familiar spot, unfortunately, D-Machine.
They are. They were actually in the same exact position in Cup number 1 in the lower bracket, where Gustbusters and Tiger Toads fought, and in that situation, Tiger Toads actually took the series. It seems like their Arcane Mage and Subtlety Rogue was just something that Gustbusters didn't have an answer for. I'm curious about
BM. That I'm not sure about. I don't know what you play it with.
Changes, if that's going to be any different. I'm not too sure. They tried this jungle cleave. So the jungle cleave, BM jungle specifically, won in the blind pick against the Outlaw Rogue Frost Mage. But then they swapped Cubsy over onto that Arcane Mage, Calvish onto the Sub Rogue, and some main specs on that composition, and they just didn't have an answer. They just fell to him 3 games in a row. They swapped their comp to Elemental Hunter. They swapped. They tried the BM Hunter against BM Jungle Cleave against.
I mean, those are off meta picks last week in the end.
Weren't able to take them down, and
it could be different.
The series going 3-1. I know Tiger Toads. They're coming off of a pretty brutal loss. I mean, Cubsy was he had ice block. It was game 5, match point.
Yeah, it was a brutal way to go for sure.
That hurts.
It's facts.
Especially considering Welcome to the Jung, they're doing so good. They were so close. You want to be in that upper bracket and just get that instant, like sub-finals in the upper bracket. It's like the place to be. Having to grind through the lower bracket is not only taxing on like your confidence, your ego, but also straight up your stamina. That extra series that you have to play is a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially knowing kind of, there's not so much time left to get those points. You are facing elimination. You're facing elimination against teams that could very well get you knocked out of the tournament. So couldn't agree more. I'm sure these teams are very cognizant of that fact. Also, Subtleties, we've been doing predictions all day. What is your prediction on Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters? Don't doubt yourself either. I'm tired of you.
Can we show Zico's
not believing
first,
in yourself.
Can we show Zico's first?
Yeah.
We just show Zico's first.
Okay, 3-2. So we're all 3-2, right?
I think I'm pretty close. I think I'm pretty close. We're gonna see.
I did do 3-2. Yep.
Did we not ironically all do 3-2? Okay, almost. What is Ven's prediction? Is his weird? They're doing his last. Oh, okay. You know what? He's been a Ghostbusters fan like all day, which I respect. You know, he highlighted them this morning: Dippy Flop, Chun-Li, and Nazem. I see the vision here. I feel like this is a team that they're strong players. They're coming together. They've made it work. They've clearly found some comps that have worked so far for them. You know, they are facing elimination. They are facing a team that could very well get them knocked out. So I see the vision, but it seems like D-Machine, Subtleties, we're all, kind of rooting for Tiger Toads, or at least predicting Tiger Toads for this series.
I think if history repeats itself, right? Past performance is not indicative of future results, so maybe there's some switch-ups there for the Gustbusters, but based off that Cup 1, like, Cubsy just looks so good. Calvish looks so good. They just look untouchable when they're able to be paired together on those classes, so I imagine they're going to start with that, but at the same time, maybe Flop's team has prepared something different. Maybe they can break out that Feral Ellie that we've seen that has given the Tiger Toads a little bit of struggle, because they tried the jungle, so do they have the Feral Ellie polished to that same level? I mean, maybe one limitation is that Flop's been a phenomenal resto druid, but we haven't seen him branch out onto any other healers, like possibly a holy priest, which could be critical in a matchup like this.
Why do you think that is? Is it a... Go ahead.
I was gonna, sorry to interrupt you. I was trying to toot my own horn real quick at the top of the show. I'm like, I don't trust the double druid. I know Cyclone, it's super valid. You can like cross CC with it and whatnot, but the Holy Priest, it's got so much util. Like the Chastise to stop the goes, or even to get the kills, and just the crazy burst healing. It's my vibes, Aya. It's my vibes.
No, I get it. I see it. Okay, well, game is starting in this rematch here. Both of these teams have been here before. One of them doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes. It is Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters. Game number 1, last series of the day. Someone else is going to get knocked out by the end of this series.
Windwalker Monk, okay. I mean, they're going mains, I guess, here, at least with Chun-Li. Dippy, I don't even know what to say Dippy's main is anymore. He's just everything main. They're opening up on Chun-Li, and Cubsy's just going to be wrapping around that pillar with missiles. Kleptomania out of range of interrupts, and Cubsy is the most annoying player to attack in Arena, just bar none. I think Chanimal I would have previously given that title, but now Cubsy, I think. He is the most annoying player to try and attack. You will just never touch him. Just what? He knocks Chun-Li away. He's going to blink away from Chun-Li. He's just going to make the entire game about, you can't touch me, Chun-Li. Can't touch me. No. That's a theme song for Cubsy. Nobody touches him. It's so annoying.
Dude, I know. As a Windwalker monk who chases mages all the time, I totally get it. But did you see how much CC went into Calvish? It was like in cap into like Cyclone. Like this Gustbusters is spooked by this Arcane Mage sub rogue. And who wouldn't be? Churney looks like he could be a nice swap target there, and he saw it. He's not getting away. He's in that bear form. He could easily be caught out in a stun here. Chun-Li just trying to light Dippy up. Ooh, here we go. The smoke bomb does get used, but the ring of peace to knock Calvish off of Dippy. Nice job by Chun. Nice awareness by Chun. Both teams are just looking for opportunities and peeling one another immediately. The stun immediately gets counterspelled onto Dippy, and Calvish is looking for an opening. As soon as he gets back onto a target, immediately disarmed. But here we go. This is big damage coming out from Chun-Li, getting cycloned up on it. Both teams are just putting a stop completely to every go.
Yep, they're just shutting each other down, and it's that type of Miyagi-Do defense that you're going to expect from rosters like this, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to penetrate through that. They do connect some damage, but Cubsy just immediately blinks. Kleptomania. Cubsy basically just has 2 full rows of hots in a matchup like this with double Resto Druid. He's trying to fish for interrupts here with the Arcane Surge. It's really important that he can get this off in the Arcane Missiles immediately after, so he's going to cast it during the cheap shot. He gets the combo, and he's got Touch of the Magi. He could ship that, but he's just baiting walls. So he baits Astral Shift from Dippy, overlapped with Iron Bark, but he holds Touch of the Magi in his back pocket. So Cubsy has a really big hit of damage available. He's just got to get Chun-Li either in a polymorph out of range so he can cast freely, and right now Chun-Li's still all over him. They stack him up for a double Dragon's Breath, double Frost Nova. He gets it on the images in the Zwin. There's the cheap shot, setting up the missiles. That is the Touch of the Magi, but we're not seeing a huge amount of damage because Cubsy has to run away. Chun-Li's doing a good job of pressuring Cubsy during this time. He can't attack successfully.
I might want to. I think he should have held it a little bit for the next dance. Even they had no wall, no bark skin. That could have at least been a trinket, but still good, decent pressure for now. But it looks like Flop is able to deal with it, no problem here. This is both mana on these Resto Druids on either side seems pretty even so far. But as we get deeper into Dampening, I really think it's going to go in favor of the Windwalker Monk. Double leg sweep. Do they have follow-up damage? Cubsy getting away for now. Kidney Shot going to go ahead and be committed onto Chun-Li. Cheap Shot onto Dippy. He's dipping down. He gets a huge heal from Flop through that cheap shot. Doesn't look like there's any CC available for Flop just yet. Calvish not able to get those initiating stuns as he's getting Cyclone and cross CC'd like crazy. Both teams just trying to grasp control of each other, it would seem. Dippy now caught into a clone of his own, and whenever these Resto Druids seem to have a breath, they're looking to give their team the edge.
There's a Fury swap on the Rogue here, but he's looking quite durable. Getting shot on Dippy. Chun-Li is actually playing Chi Torpedo in this matchup on the Windwalker, so he's getting a little bit of extra distance on his mobility with that selection. Curious to see if it actually does help him get uptime on Cubsy, because he just really hasn't been able to touch him. It's just Cubsy's so untouchable when he wants to play defensive like this. Kearney's in tree form. This is giving Tiger Toads good positioning to get aggressive, but Cubsy still doesn't want to get connected. He blinks into a lasso. Nice catch from Dippy, pinning Cubsy for a moment into a double leg sweep. This is a really nice combo. They can't, unfortunately, force anything, though. He blinks away from the conduit. Nice kick. Dippy's doing a really good job here. That forces a block. That was a nice setup. The lasso into the double sweep, into the shear, forcing the first block of the game. And now Cubsy will have to be even more on his toes in this matchup.
Yeah, unlike Frost, he only has one of those blocks. He might be really slippery, but another go like that could easily be the game. Calvish getting swapped to, taking a huge amount of damage as well. Cubsy in the middle of the map. He's going to get Ring of Peace back onto Chun-Li just to get another opportunity of mobility back onto his kill target. I love to see plays like that, but Flop getting into the mix as well. Looks like they're trying to swap the damage over onto Calvish, into the main, into the bash. So he's going to be DR to stuns for now, but he's just going to get in-capped up. Cubsy a little bit alone here, taking huge amounts of pressure. No Iron Bark unit. He's gonna commit the Iron Bark, but the swap pressure over onto Dippy. Can Flop deal with this right now? He has no Iron Bark for 10 more seconds. Dippy has the wall. He looks like he's okay. No CC to follow it up onto Flop. Kearney, though, that Iron Bark is on cooldown as well as the Ice Block on Cubsy.
Oh, a nice double again from Chun-Li, getting some big value out of those leg sweeps. It got Cubsy's medallion, so it's a 2-minute timer right there. You can see with the 2M, he can't escape crowd control, but he fakes a kick. Arcane Surge gonna connect on the cheap shot into the smoke bomb. Kleptoed off all of the hots. Excellent setup by the Tiger Toads here on their last leg, but it's only gonna get the Astral Shift. It's not gonna net a kill. They are still pretty significantly behind on cooldowns, at least tied on mana. Can Kearney keep up Cubsy? It looks like with that tree form, he will be able to. But it is a lot of damage from Chun. He switches over to Calvish. He evasions right away. That's a good reaction to the Windwalker cooldowns. Cubsy tries to line of sight. It's a lot of damage from Dippy. He alters back to Kearney's side. And now he fakes a kick. He's free casting missiles. But the Windwalker's still on him. He's got to get some distance. That blast wave does not connect. Chun-Li's going to get uptime here. He gets cheap shot on his fist. Nice cheap shot. But now bash on Calvish. Just stuns, trading back and forth. Ring of Frost defensively down. As Cubsy's trying to get into a better position. He's next to Kearney. Kearney line of sighting with heart of the wall, but they stack up another double leg sweep. Chun-Li's getting big double value in this game. He uses paralysis onto Kearney now as well. Big damage with that primordial wave slicing winds, and Cubsy's in trouble. When those two spells connect at the same time, it is a scary moment for the Tiger Toads.
The Yulsol's, the vortex on top of it all. It's just like this mage is having a huge problem getting away, which I can't believe I'm saying as an Arcane mage. Nonetheless, Cubsy on Arcane mage, but Chun-Li has been doing a good job getting uptime. Mana's becoming relatively still close, regardless of how much uptime Chun-Li has been having. Look at the damage. Cubsy is the one who's taking the brunt of the pressure. It could easily just go down here. Defensive cheap shots. Cheap shot on the Dippy. The full kidney shot on the Flop. If there's any follow-up CC, it could be spooky for Dippy, but his wall is back. Chun has karma. Trinket for Flop. Cubsy's gonna go down. Kearney's got the Iron Bark, but it's the images, they still do tons of pressure, and they basically mirror what Chun-Li's going to do, and that's all they needed to take out Cubsy as they were putting Kearney through the CC chain, and there you have it. Game number 1 goes to Gustbusters. I mean, that's not what I expected. A Windwalker Monk takes a W, so it's still a W in my book.
What is going on, man? We don't know what's meta anymore. Outlaw Rogues are out, apparently. All the Outlaw Rogues are losing. And then we see Subtlety Rogue come in, but now Subtlety Rogue is losing, but Windwalkers are winning, so maybe Windwalker is the move. Who really knows? I will say that Chun-Li had amazing double leg sweeps throughout this entire game, and Flop got a really important clone towards the end of the game, which can be difficult, fighting against an RMP. Like, you open yourself up to a swap, but he gets a clone on Cubsy. I think it was just after that at low health. Unfortunately, I don't think we caught it in the clip. It's a really nice Cyclone Chain, or maybe this is it in the clip. No, then he swaps it to Kearney, and he gets 2 clones on Kearney. This is the low clone. He gets 2 clones on Kearney, then he clones Cubsy, and Flop is just carrying right at that moment in time. It holds Cubsy's health at a low margin. Hots fall off. That sets up Dippy and Chun-Li, and they connect at the same time, so Kearney has to play catch-up from losing his Hots to the clone, and he doesn't have enough time. The image is sniping him from range, because that was a new change on Windwalker Monk. Your images can't be rooted anymore by mages, so you can kind of just send those guys after the mage and then attack the rogue, and you're basically hitting 2 targets at the same time. And it was just perfect storm for Gustbusters, and a beautiful setup from them here in game 1 to be able to execute for the kill, overcome adversity. This is the comp that they were struggling with last week, and they are looking really good.
I love the playstyle that Chun-Li's going for here. Like, he knows he has the advantage of, like, throughput, so he's just constantly swapping. Like, how many times did he just, like, look at Calvish and just, like, take his health bar down? Same with Kearney. He was always keeping him. There was a couple of times where he just, like, leg sweeped him and, like, didn't force Barkskin, but forced him to constantly spread those hots all around, and it's really hard.
Wait, what did I miss? Ghostbusters won?
On top of an elemental
with
shaman
Ellie Windwalker. Okay.
And being disruptive as well.
I'm really surprised. They played the perfect counter here too, because they actually played Arcane Mage into Ardred again.
I think that pressure,
which is kind of sick
for a Resto Druid to deal with, trying to basically look for any sort of kinks in the armor of this rogue mage. But dude, Arcane Mage, Subtlety Rogue, Restoration Druid, on paper to me just feels like they would have control from start to finish. But against this team, against Chun-Li, Flop, and Dippy, I don't know. This team has so much pressure, so much control. It seems like a very
Bro, it's nice to see Chun get to play his class again. It's been a long time since he's actually got to just be his class, you know?
Ellie Shaman.
And he really had, he's pretty much ditched his hunter now as well. He's gone straight back to, Windwalker's good. Windwalker is exceptional. Even post buff and holy cannot come close to Windwalker output for the most part. And when
uprising,
Windwalker,
you know,
it's kind of funny.
challenging the
When
rogue
Death
mage
Knight
priests.
can beat
So
Windwalker
you
on
have a lot of
damage, it beats it on
specializations
damage
pop,
because of its Mortal
specializations
Strike.
pop in every now and then as
Basically,
well,
it
like
takes
Fury Warrior Mages,
25% of the Windwalker's
Close
damage
stuff,
and
so
gives
they
it to
have
it
some
itself.
competitive options as well.
Like Windwalker, or Unholy EK plays like an Olga Evoker right now.
They just swap back onto Frost, get Calvish on Frost, and try and play a more standard matchup.
No, they should be playing the same matchup. They're gonna play the same thing. That is they got the blind pick they wanted and they
I
lost.
think they're probably
They
going to
hack-
go back to
They
Frost.
gotta play Arcane. Arcane has to be the play.
I know Frost
It's
is gonna slow
Klepto.
the game down. It's also going to give him another block to rotate through, which could be a big deal. It's really interesting to note. We were just talking about this before the
Arcane,
game,
you gotta
too.
keep in mind,
When Tiger
Arcane
Toad
is so
swaps
powerful that he
mage
has 2 sets of
specialization,
hearts.
it
Oh, they actually
changes,
swap back.
Like it changes
What do I know?
players. Cubsy now
I'm
going
surprised.
off the bench to let Calvish jump in. On
Would
that
they
Frost
sub?
mage,
Would
and
they
Dave-
sub Arcane? Yes, last game. Was that sub Arcane? It was sub Arcane. Huh.
Ice blocks,
That's concerning.
Kearney on the
I don't
priest
know.
getting off of
I
the
mean, I think this is what
restoration
we
is
would
really
do. So I'm, you know,
Yeah,
I would
mean,
expect that this
team
goes
on
fine,
paper
but
looks a lot more tanky. Looks like they're going to be able to maybe go the distance a little bit further, but maybe trading a little bit of that, I don't know, setup potential perhaps. I see Sub Rogue, I see Arcane Mage, and I just see unlimited potential. I look at this composition and I see a bit more safety.
Comfort. It's comfort
Yeah.
for the RMP in the WoW esports. Like you got to be feeling pretty good when it's like, yeah, we get to lock in RMP. That's great. Yeah, we're going to be in a good spot here. And Dazed has been an insane player. I feel like he's just been grinding on Rogue, and he looks so good on Rogue. And whenever I see him at solo shuffle, I know he's going 6-0, and I just have to accept my 2 and 4. Like I don't
It's
like
one of those.
he is just, it's just like, yeah, this is an this is a dazed lobby. It doesn't even matter what the classes are. I'm just like, this is a dazed lobby. It's over. So I feel like he has been grinding really hard on the come up for years. And I feel like he's in a position where, you know, on this roster that he's fully enabled and they could be a real threat. So this is not over by any means. I think the Gustbusters still have their work cut out for them in this series.
Yo, my hat's off to Gustbusters, though, for real. They lost to that composition, to Sub-Rogue Arcane Mage. They knew they needed to figure out an answer to that, and they found it. And they took the game off of Tiger Toads. That was a big deal. That was the comp that took them out. I guess it was with the Holy Priest, so it is a bit different, but that's gotta, if I was on that team or I was coaching that team and they beat that team's Arcane Mage Sub-Rogue, I would be celebrating a little bit in my head. But the match is by far over. This is an elimination match. Chun-Li trying to get in combat immediately, but it looks like Daze is going to go ahead and open up on the Dippy. Chun-Li going to stop that with an in-cap into the full clone. Looks like they are going to be going after the Frost Mage. They just have the number of every single mage in this team. They want to get aggressive too with the Adrenaline Rush Icy Veins as well. Ray of Hope from Kearney is going to stop Calvish's health bar from moving. A huge positive heal to follow it up. Now Chun-Li forced to use Touch of Karma from the offensive pressure of Tiger Toads. Both teams trading blow for blow so far. Flop not investing just about anything yet, including positioning.
All right, let's see if they can capitalize on this. Chun-Li is playing a really good game. They popped Daze out of stealth. They took his opener away. He got a ton of burst, but unfortunately only forced the Angel, which is kind of the standard trade at the start of a match. You'd really want to get an ice block for the momentum that they had, and maybe they're going to be able to grab it. Dazed into a Cyclone. Flop is getting a lot of really effective Cyclones in this matchup. Calvish is going to have to be on point, and he actually catches a Polymorph on his Trinket. Can they capitalize on this? Smoke Bomb comes down. Big hits onto Chun. He ports out of that Smoke Bomb. I love that he put his port. He knew that he would be pushing out of range to chase, so he preemptively put his port. Even though it wasn't behind the pillar, he just relayed it on his way over so he could still use it. And he's going to be able to escape from that Smoke Bomb easily, setting up the Slicing Winds Lasso. That seems to be a good combination. Look at that damage. And he manages to recover with the Guardian Spirit. But I feel like Dippy and Chun-Li are more synergized. And that's the thing that they need to work on from week 1 to week 2. They're all phenomenal individual players, but it's a new roster. So if they can sync up, synergize their abilities better, like with these Lasso Slicing Wind combos, that's when they're going to be really lethal.
Oh, full poly kidney shot on the Chun-Li. Another go. No port available.
Oh my
this time
God.
around, and no trinket on to
That
Flop
was-
and Tiger Toads. They found an opportunity and they nail it. Unreal. Rogue
All right.
Mage is by far and away.
Well,
not
here's the
dead.
thing,
You heard it here
right?
first. We're
Here's the
tied
thing.
up in this
So-
elimination.
Now that we're at this point, it's like fairly likely. Like, what is Gustbusters running into Rogue Mage? This is what they lost to last week. Like, kind of twice, I think. So
My words on that.
why?
That's
Why?
really
My question is, if you're gonna go to this game 2, why didn't you play it game 1? Because it, you know, in theory, you would think Arcane just soft count as Mage or count as Druid. because of Klepto, but I guess not.
In the poly. Nice. I mean, the ability to use those grapples, you know, those things are on relatively short cooldown with that CDR. Great mobility from Daze, taking advantage of his class's strengths. Leg sweep onto Daze, and Daze immediately trinkets out of that leg sweep and just gets his go going right away. Dippy caught in the cross CC fear. He trinkets out of it, but what can he do? What can he do? The damage is crazy. He tries to start getting a hex off, and it's too little too late. It's over. Unreal, man. Chun-Li, you know, what makes a good Windwalker monk is definitely those presence of mind moments where you drop, like, he already has a new portal. You know, he might not have the trinket, he might be off DR, but he already is anticipating having to use that gateway or that port, but it was just too little too late. No trinket, they're kind of like a demon hunter or a feral druid in that regard. If you catch one of them out in a bunch of stuns, they can just flop. That's exactly what you see here.
Rough run here, but I think they're going to go jungle. And we've seen what can happen with jungle versus RMP in Europe, right? Echo got eliminated by locked in with jungle. So Tiger Toads might blind lock Arcane. If they're seriously concerned about jungle, they might blind lock Arcane.
Is this one of those situations where this is just going to go back and forth over and over to the slight composition advantages that these guys are going to lock in? I mean, we're 1-1 already. We're going back and forth.
I definitely think so. I think that there's a very strong possibility that this just goes to game 5 based on comps, unless one of the teams finds like that kind of miracle blind pick that we don't expect, and their opponents obviously don't expect. Because maybe the Tiger Toads do have a better blind pick. Maybe they don't even have to do the Arcane. Like, what else could they really do though? Oh, okay, so
sticking with it.
Ghostbusters should do jungle. I'm imagining here.
Yep, and that's what they beat them with in the blind pick in the last cup, right? The same composition, Outlaw, Frostmage, Holy Priest, got beaten by Chun-Li's BM Hunter, Dippy's Feral Druid, and Flop on Resto. So theoretically, they have an answer for this, but they're going to stick with the Windwalker Monk. Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, so no jungle. You have the Windwalker Monk. You have the disruption of Dippy. We've been talking up Elemental Shamans all tournament long, but I don't know. I mean, the same composition over again. Maybe they were thinking, you know, man, I saw the go happening. I put my port down. I should have just disarmed. Or I saw the go happening.
This is just what we saw last week.
Right?
This matchup has devolved into exactly the same matchup from both teams.
I mean? Maybe Chun-Li is chalking that up to just, you know, a misplay. He's like, we can't judge the matchup right away. I mean, we've seen Feral Ellie do good against Rogue Mage, right?
I think Ghostbusters rotated pretty effectively. I think it was Dippy's medallion on the last go. So he needed to be the one that was like trinket sheared or trinket grounded and stop the sheep. And I think that stop just didn't connect. So they were going to get a poly and it was checkmate. Because I feel like Chun-Li and Flop rotated through pretty much every option they had at that point. So Dippy was the only one that could do it. And the Shaman stop is not 100% reliable. Like if you shear the poly, then you can't ground the ring. So you kind of need to ground the sheep. Hope he doesn't kill it fast enough to cast sheep again. So otherwise he'll get a Ring of Frost. So the Shaman stop is easily the scariest for the Ghostbusters when it's the Shaman that has the medallion remaining, which was the case in that last setup. Maybe it was a positional thing. Maybe Flop could have played further away. You know, they were kind of aggressive when they had no medallions. They're kind of standing on top of them. They could have been positioned a little more defensively or conservatively. It seemed like they were kind of gas pedaling their momentum, likely feeling more confident with the game 1 win and with the stopping of the opener that they had got. So they probably wanted to play more aggressively, but that just was not the time, I think, for them in that moment.
No, yeah, totally. And that's the mistake threshold.
I haven't actually played Hunter this week since the change to Death Knight. I've been trying to figure it out.
Things like that can really be just an opportunity for a solid rogue mage to capitalize on. But right before that, we were kind of talking about how the Windwalker and the Elemental Shaman had those like more synergistic opportunities. Like you see the end caps going out straight into a Cyclone. I thought that was pretty cool. But like here we go. They're going to stay with the same composition, even though that they do have that composition advantage. And I do commend them a bit on that, because for me, I definitely can see myself in a tournament environment overthinking the composition draft part of the matchup. You know,
Dave's got hit.
He knocked him out again, bro. That's crazy. Sick play from Chun-Li. He's caught in a bunch of polymorphs, but the setup that you want for the Rogue Mage side just completely botched yet again.
Oh, and Chun pre-ports the go. avoiding, and now he's pre-grapples the rogue. They're really making this annoying for Dazed. It's just take Dazed out of the game. They know he's an important player. He's a playmaker.
Conduit
So
to follow it up.
now
No
Lexi,
stunts here.
big damage on Calvish, but Kearney's an angel. They're going to be recovering. They get the kidney shot, but now Flop's a tree. It's like, yeah, you got the stun on the monk. So what? I'm a tree. I can just heal through this really easily. So they just delayed the stun for so long, like 40 seconds, and then when they finally connected, they're met with a tree. So if the Gustbusters can keep up this defense, keep up this deflection on Daze, then they're going to be able to win in the late game, where I think that Ellie Shaman is likely to be more favored. Now, this Ray of Hope is positive at the moment. Will it remain positive? It will. He is back to full health quite easily. Nice clones from Flop onto Daze. Nice Vortex on Daze. They're really just containing the Rogue. They're really taking Dazed out of the game. He triggers the Vortex, and then he gets rooted at the end of it. He's just going to send it. Smoke Bomb. He's given up on trying to crowd control. Flop tries to reposition. Chun-Li trinkets, and look at that. He has port in the middle of the map, knowing that he was going to be overextending, so you could port back to Flop. Now a kidney shot on Dippy, but it got the one medallion, so that was one of the main goals here for Tiger Toad. So Chun-Li's trinkets out of the way. They're setting up damage, and Chun-Li is still just reckless abandon. He's going to try and pre-karma, I think, here on one of these next setups, or a pre-grapple pretty soon.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, with no trinket, yeah, you really need to kind of rely on preemptive trades like that. But they also really think that they need to get onto Calvish, and Calvish is forcing them in a position that's like not ideal. Like they're like, okay, if you're gonna hit me, Chun-Li, you're gonna have to come across the map and maybe get your your druid inside of a full ring of frost. Who knows? Into a kidney shot. Chun-Li is still not trading his defensive cooldowns. He's just gonna go ahead and get that disarm up. Swap goes out onto Flop. It's gonna be respected by the bark skin. And huge damage coming out from that Zwen. Big damage from Chun-Li as well, with the images as well. The damage is not over just yet. Is this going to be a block?
Elvish?
It's the Guardian Spirit, and it seems like it's going to be enough for now, but Chun is still connecting. Yet again, Dippy catching a bit of pressure from Daze in the back foot, but there's no CC onto Flop. Not yet. Preemptive Iron Bark goes out onto Chun-Li before this go even happens. The wall drops down onto Flop, but like that preemptive Iron Bark, I think, negates that wall quite effectively. Dippy also committing his wall, though, and so this Rogue Mage is still getting buttons regardless.
Oh my god, I can't believe Calvish didn't need to block earlier. It seems like a robbery, and now Dippy's in trouble. They overlap Iron Bark and the Astral Shift, so Flop's trying to compensate in tree form, so Calvish says, okay, you're a tree. I'm out of there, bro. I'm not going to be standing next to that. He's just positioning to bait Chun-Li behind the pillar here. Chun-Li's kind of falling for it if he gets Dragon's Breath. He's not going completely behind it. Repositions. Flop jumps into the mix. He stuns Daze. Big hit of damage once again onto Calvish. The Ray of Hope is going to block the kill, though, and as long as Kearney gets some flash heals into this with Serenity, he should likely go back to full health, and he will. Ring of Frost around the corner. Oh my god, Calvish snipes that one. And now Dippy with no wall. Big Meteor comes in. Chun-Li is in a cheap shot. Dippy's alone. He's going to likely have to burrow here. He's greedy. He burrows. We've seen what happens sometimes when you burrow that late. He'll survive. Full heal over time effects. Flop's got Nature Swiftness. He could Tranquility behind the pillar here, too. He's going to go for the Tranquility play, top off both of his teammates, and keep them moving. And now Dazed has no Trinket. Leg Sweep is off cooldown. A swap to Rogue could be insane, but they don't see it. They bash Dazed, and they're going after the Mage still. They get a triple stun. They're going to get a block. At least they get a block. And they get Medallion. This is a big overlap on the Tiger Toads. I think with that play that the Gustbusters might be back in this.
I can't believe Flop didn't overreact right there with like the mass polymorph and everything, and now they have the win condition. They have one ice block to get through. I do agree with you though. Daze could be a very serious kill swap target, and Calvish is making Chun-Li's positioning so hard, but Flop doing a good job rotating around the map and trying to get in position to keep his Windwalker Monk aggressive, and he's even going in to get a maim stun out for him. It's going to get gripped, however, and it looks like Chun-Li is still able to connect, but Dippy on the back foot is taking a huge amount of pressure. Polymorph goes out, kidney onto Flop, and the ice wall does land right between them. Is this going to be it for Dippy? He's not able to get that wall up, but Flop gets in the line of sight. Big heal, but gets caught into a full fear, into a full polymorph. Is this going to be Trinket? Dippy uses the wall. Disarm goes out onto Rogue, stopping a bit of his damage. Icy Vein still for Calvish, but Chun-Li still wants to get the pressure going, wants us to continue to stay aggressive. Kearney sees it. He's going to use the Angel preemptively. Calvish, though, his healer can't come with him. He can't kite with him. He's stationary when he's
got Ray and he's full HP.
Angel, Chun-Li continuing the pressure.
You couldn't see the actual like size of the hit, unfortunately.
Pressure. Kidney shot. Full Ring of Frost is immediately going to be trinketed.
Flop walks in very slowly.
It's going to be enough to heal Chun-Li through this, and he's not going to use the Touch of Karma. He's going to clash back onto this Mage and reconnect yet again. Incapacitate goes out, trying to stop Dazed for just a brief moment. Huge damage onto Calvish from Dippy as well. Celestial Conduit from Chun-Li. He's not going to get peeled as he reconnects onto this Mage, but he doesn't want to overextend. He has no trinkets, Sid.
Okay, Calvish still has 1 block remaining, Void Shift remaining. They get a full blind with no trinket, but Chun-Li pre-karma the kidney shot. That was a nice read. They actually break the karma. Is he going to die through it? He's trying to cheat torpedo. He gets Nova'd on his torpedo. Now Calvish on the back foot.
Calvish
big turnaround. Huge
just uses
Kearney responds.
barrier
Chun-Li
only.
is still low. He's on the run. Dazed is in hot pursuit, and this is a swing match. It's very important for the Gustbusters to maintain their advantage.
But we're playing the same matchup, right? It's not, nothing's changed.
Can counter each other, and Chun-Li is just throwing a Hail Mary at Kearney, swapping to the healer for a moment. He's able to deflect that. Dippy's rotting. Nice counter spell here from Calvish onto Flop, putting his team even further behind. Ironbark available. Where is he going to allocate it? 2 targets are low at the moment. It's not obvious.
Mana
who's
super
going to
even
get
as well between the two.
Chun-Li uses Fist of Fury to parry the
Not
incoming
decisive at this
stun for
stage.
a few more moments. He's rooting Dazed with that disable as well. He sets
Ice
them up
wall.
into a grapple
Lassos.
weapon. Chun-Li is stalling this
Kicks.
so effectively, but that grapple
In
will
caps.
inevitably end.
They all
Chun-Li
counter
gets
each other
the
back to
wall
back. That's
set.
crazy.
Nice read from Dippy.
Actually, back to
Crazy
back to
play
back to
from
back.
Chun-Li, and now Flop can extend that into his tree form. So I think Chun-Li and Dippy
That's
need to
actually a
play
really cool
aggressively
sequence to
here.
look at. It was Ice Wall,
Dude, this
followed
is
by
such
like
a cool
Lasso to
game.
counter
The
that,
back and forth is
followed by
crazy. Calvish all
kick
the
to
way
counter
the
that,
back
followed by
line, just
disarm,
making
followed
sure
by
that
end cap.
Skinwalker wants to
Just
hit
all
him.
like
It is
everyone
like a
going like
fully
piling
guarded
different like
rotating,
counter plays into each other.
constantly forcing Flop into changing positions and maybe a possible vulnerable CC chain. Chun-Li continuing to connect. He actually kicks him on that polymorph and is able to reconnect. And there is the Angel Form and Divine Hymn. Isn't going to be enough through the onslaught.
Liquid
of the
played
Celestial
early, yeah.
Conduit. It looks like a maim stun also on the back line from
They were
Stop
upper
this
brackets,
rogue into
third
full
game of the day.
cyclone. Calvish is a bit alone on the side of the DPS.
No, that's
Dippy
actually really
is
cool,
in
I
an
swear.
aggressive position to stop some of the Ray of Hope is going to pause a bit of the damage, but it has to be positive. If Chun-Li connects right there, he gets knocked back, so it looks like it will be positive nonetheless. A kick onto Kearney, but Chun-Li's caught into lots of CC. They can't follow up any sort of CC chain onto Kearney just yet, and it looks like a breath is finally able to happen for Kearney. Throughout all that, kidney shot goes out onto Chun-Li. It looks like it's not enough because the
Big
keeper of the, or the ancient.
Oh,
is there.
big,
Swap on the Kearney is going to
huge
force the
slicing
Guardian
wins
Spirit.
there.
All right, they got good momentum here, but Icy Veins is up now for Calvish. If he can get stable, it's going to be scary, but they have medallions. They should just push the gas pedal down. They have a huge amount of options. They should have a win condition. Just
Team is still in the tournament tomorrow, yeah. For upper bracket.
Ice Wall with the cheap shot, isolating Chun-Li. He trinkets right away, and it looks like he's going to stay aggressive with that. Try and connect onto Calvish. The spinning crane kick, having a tough time. Nice cap totem stun on Calvish into a leg sweep. He trinkets it right away, but he may still need to block. He gets a Frost Nova, blinks around the corner during the paralyze, shifting power to reset some shimmers, get into a better position, but Dippy's on the left side, tossing in some lava burst. Chun-Li on the right, slicing winds comes through. He barriers it to soak the hit. He's looking for polymorphs. He gets interrupted, looks for a defensive Ring of Frost. He goes for Dragon's Breath. He's desperate. Calvish is desperate to try and recover here without using a block. Flop trinks out of the blind, gets the Ironbark preemptively on the smoke bomb, and he tranks around the corner, but Calvish blink counterspells him, and Chun-Li is dying through Ironbark. I can't believe it. He trades out Karma. Calvish might block off the Karma during the leg sweep. He's going to block off the Karma. And he does trade it with the conduit, but Chun-Li recovers. Now Dazed is getting rotted down. He's got evasion. He gets stunned on his evasion. Insane bash from Flop getting behind him there, but not enough damage. Chun-Li wants to go after the Mage, but I don't think he knows that Calvish actually still has another block. They have to kill him in this hypothermia window with the Zwen. He's caught in a Dragon's Breath into a polymorph. He gets
Mine is looking really tight now. We've got Redeemer coming up for Angel for Kearney in 2 seconds. There it is. Free healing for a bit.
That should be enough time, but Chun-Li has
It's really just about extending
He can push forward.
because
Both
of these
these
two
teams
healers
are
both
so
having
evenly
like immunities for a little bit.
Including the mana
They actually
bar.
cancelled.
Both
Kearney
teams, this
cancelled.
could go the distance. This
Oh,
might
the Angel
be
there.
up 2 mana. Dippy still has the wall.
Mine is a
He's
big
taking
issue
down
now
as well. Chun,
without
no trinket
taking
available,
full
no
advantage of
Ironbark,
that.
No Karma. Another go onto him could easily be the game. Huge ice wall. Flops getting around.
I think they're
He's
gonna
back around.
barely
He has it
pull a hit here.
alongside, but Chun-Li's
Ghostbusters
got
seem to
Dazed
have a pretty
in
decent
that
win
leg
condition.
sweep. He's lighting up this rogue. But
Could
now
or
he
should
gets
be
kidney
last
shot.
block.
The
We've
swap
got
of damage
Veins in
over
8
onto him,
seconds
but
on
the
Kelvish. That's the big win
cyclone-
condition coming in
cyclone
4.
from Flop
We gotta hold
stopping
on.
Dazed
A little bit
his
longer we
pressure
win.
every single time.
Who do we win on though? We went on
love
Chun-Li.
the control that Flop
They're gonna
has
try
with
and
this
push
rogue.
Chun over with
Veins
Veins right now.
This is
Here it
Veins,
comes.
and he's in a great position to just tee up on him. But the double count,
There's the
that's
block.
second ice
Cancels
block.
quickly.
He
We've
comes
gotta
out
go
of the
quick. We gotta go
corner.
fast here.
No mana. Nothing.
No, we're
There's the
done.
disarm.
We're cooked.
Surely this is it for
Swap.
Calvish. The swap, no touch for now.
Swap,
But he's
3
still
blinks
not out of
back and
the water
forth.
just yet. Chun-Li trying to get in position.
Veins over.
On Calvish, and
Dead.
there it
Okay.
is. Huge
Interesting.
Pressure. I'm not sure if that
They held on.
came in after or before the death of Calvish, but Gustbusters will
Very
take
interesting.
game number 3 against the
Rogue
Outlaw
Mage actually
Rogue
looked
Frost
pretty
Mage
good
fully
there.
increased. And they were right, man. They needed to stick with their guns.
All right. Gustbusters put a point on the board. They move to match point. They keep their swing.
Both heals. I do wonder if Kearney could have held on a bit longer. That cancelled Angels. I'm not sure why the Angel cancelled.
The rot damage after that.
That was the mana that was needed there.
Pressure that Chun-Li had to push forward. He just presses defuse. He's like, I'm not risking
The
it.
free healing from tree is just too frequent though.
I'm getting this done. Slicing Winds comes through. Dippy's rocking and rolling forward. Daisy's crowd controlling the Druid, but Calvish is dead. It's not going to matter. And they
I mean, it was a good game. That was a very close game.
Here. He's like, I got Veins up. Be afraid. Be afraid. I'm a scary mage. Veins is up. And like, we're not afraid of you, Calvish. We're not afraid of you. Just ran him over.
At him. I know, that was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, in that situation and when everything's so tense and the mana bar and the flop, I don't know if I would be as bold as Chun-Li is here, but he absolutely was correct to be so. Look at that low he gets. Symbol of Hope desperately just trying to get some mana back. He gets kicked on it, bro. He wasn't even going for the heal. He just needed more mana bar. But that was a crazy game. I want to shout out the synergy between Chun-Li and Flop here to enable Dippy. Great teamwork by those guys. The in-caps onto Daze, as well as the disarms onto Daze, as well as the, the bash, the maim, the rake stuns onto Daze into the clones, really allowed the Elemental Shaman to not be too spooked and to constantly be pushing out that damage and that disruption that is so crucial to the setups of a Rogue Mage composition like that. I was kind of like second guessing the Windwalker Monk. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about the Windwalker Monk. I mean, we just saw them lose in the previous game. To me, I'm like, you get a really solid go on a Windwalker Monk, you get Trinket. You get another solid go on a Windwalker Monk, and they're in the dirt. That's usually how it goes for me anyway. But I am no Chun-Li, and that is showed here in game number 3. They're going to be locking in that Windwalker Elemental Shaman, and now the question is, does Tiger Toads have an answer for this wall?
I think we also need to look big picture because Tiger Toads were a finalist last cup. So like Ghostbusters knocking them out is complete upheaval of the overall standings in North America if they manage to pull this one back and can have a deep run, making it even more competitive of a region, basically just securing that nobody is safe. Tiger Toads are taking their time because I don't think they can believe that they lost that matchup. And it seems like more and more LE Windwalkers are actually winning this. F tier had to win this matchup to get into the top 8. Ghostbusters are now winning maps into the Frost RMP with this setup. And it's looking like a more viable option as time goes on. You just have to be really heads up with delaying the rogues go. That's what the Ghostbusters have adapted. It's just they're just chaining CC on the rogue. It's like, okay, we know he wants to go soon. I'm going to disarm him. Okay, what do we have now for him? I'm going to root him. Okay, now what do we have? I'm going to pre-use a cooldown. Okay, now what do we have? Like, they're just extending this window of making it impossible for Dazed to have an opening, and then every time they delay it, they get to ramp up more damage. The LE Shaman is just racking more points of damage. The Mage is more threatening during Veins, but the Shaman is more threatening throughout the rest of the game. So as long as they can keep chaining the CC and stay alive longer, they get to build an advantage slowly with that regard. So are the Tiger Toads desperate? What are they going to break out? They've lost as both of their compositions. The Arcane wasn't enough. The Frost wasn't enough. Do they have something else that could be randomly good in this situation? I don't know, because these guys can play so many classes now, right? Like we were just talking about teams earlier where it's like you don't even know, like, is Calvish his main, his mage, or his rogue after seeing so many games of it. So they might have something completely out of left field, but it would also be a precedent-setting moment if RMP changes to something that's just like not even remotely considered. So they're going to bring Cubsy back in. They don't like the Frost. Okay. They want Cubsy on that Arcane Mage. It's a big map. I think this makes sense. They could likely win with Dampening in this type of situation, which is kind of the Cubsy strat. Just no touch Cubsy. Just push everybody back. Nobody can connect and drag the fight on and win later in the game. It makes sense with this map. So it's likely, I think, that we go to a game 5, but 100% not certain. And we got their average game duration. You can see it's a bit of a longer round, and their win rate on the Arcane is so good relative to their Frost Outlaw. Unfortunately, I think most of those losses are probably liquid, I imagine. So it's a little bit skewed when they only really played that against the team that they got owned by, whereas the Arcane sub is a little bit more broad. But their Holy Priest pick also, I think they had a Druid.
Yeah, they did. They had Resto Druid instead.
So this is
I think Holy Priest is better here.
Yeah, I would agree.
7-2 though. That's That's good, man. I mean, I think it's smart. We were talking a little bit about that Ashamane's game where there was options, right? Chun-Li died and there was options. And I think the Outlaw Rogue team, they saw that. They saw that as well. And then they went into this game where they kind of adapted and they rotated all those, crowd control on the Rogue. And it just seemed like a really clean win. Like, it seemed like a strategic win. We see some games go back and forth. You know, one team that has no defensive cooldowns all game somehow wins against the team that's been, like, rotating no defensive, or, like, all of their offensive cooldowns just were on the offense all game. But in here, we saw what I thought was just complete control from Gustbusters, they're specifically on that Rogue, but we're switching over to the Arcane Mage and Calvish on what I think is his main, which is that Rogue. And maybe that's just because I've seen him play this Rogue so much. I'm a big fan of his Rogue gameplay, so we're going to have to wait and see. Chun-Li did not knock Calvish out. I think this might have been one of the only games they didn't get that opener. But Calvish still comes out once again, and look at Cubsy's positioning. He knows the drill. He knows what's up. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. This is,
All right, we're back in.
Shadow Blades as well as Dance. Big damage.
I mean, if Toads get KO'd here, this is a bloodbath.
And Ancient of the Grove respecting this damage.
All right, so Kearney's actually on the Resto Druid. I don't know if maybe I misinterpreted what was on the locked in there, but he is actually the Resto Druid. I think he likely wants that for Cyclones, especially on the Windwalker Monk. They can chain CC on the Monk, but they're actually just killing the Windwalker Monk. They're way more hyper-focused on that. They don't really get anything on that setup, unfortunately. Flop's in a great position to just avoid crowd control in the middle with all of his Force of Nature Trents just healing away. They actually catch Flop, maybe a swap. He's going to Barkskin right away. It's kind of a bit of a bait swap, and Calvish is also playing the Subtlety spec, so I guess he's just respecting it as opposed to the Outlaw. I feel like if he was Outlaw, he would not have Barkskin just the Rogue on that attempt. So Barkskin off cooldown means that he is a target. Calvish is moving back, but this map is actually maybe backfiring for the Rogue. I feel like there's so much distance that Calvish has to cover that his attacks become easier to anticipate.
Yeah, right. They're kind of like projected. That's true. Dippy caught into a Cyclone. Nice cross CC in cap onto Cubsy as it looks like they're swapping the damage over out onto Calvish. Now Chun-Li just slicing wins back in the face of Cubsy. He's at half health though. This is spooky, man. He has Trinket. He has Karma if he absolutely needs it. But this could easily be a swap over on the Cubsy if Calvish can connect. Ring of Frost does land. So Cubsy gets caught into a cheap shot. Let's see what they're going to get done with this. Flop caught into a cheap shot as well, but that is out of form, so it's not going to be followed up just yet into the DR gouge, and maybe that's all it needs to get some defensive cooldowns out of Cubsy. He's on the back foot. He rolls defensively. Slicing wins back into the fight. It looks like Calvish seems to be the main kill target for now because an Arcane Mage just seems to be a little bit too slippery for this Windwalker Monk to connect to.
He even had his port on top of Cubsy to try and reconnect. It's still not enough because he walked over his port and Chun-Li's like, oh, I get to reconnect. Nope, you still can't. Kidney shot, cheap shot into a Cyclone, setting up damage on Chun, but Flop's just a tree. He's fine. Conduit now. It's going to provide him a little bit of self-healing too during that time, as well as CC avoidance. He's trying to reconnect, but he just can't get there. They're just keeping Chun-Li on the back foot, forcing him to attack the Rogue, and then Calvish can just use Feint. He tries to evasion the bash, but Flop's been really good at getting behind Calvish and avoiding that evasion and landing the stun. Doesn't unfortunately net anything for his team, but it is something to note for Flop's like awareness in this matchup. Otherwise, if he bashes facing the Rogue, it's going to just immune his stun. Set up on Dippy, Arcane Missiles, Star Surge is coming in, but he looks reasonably fine. Perhaps
really
like mana? I feel like mana could be an issue. Cubsy is doing a remarkable amount of damage.
That's a good point. Cubsy can kite and he can pump. And if they're not able to connect to him, they can't really punish that. Finally, they're able to.
So they went back to the matchup we expected from before, but they're playing sub again. But what? Oh, they're playing double Druid now?
Mage, constantly kind of like ahead of the racetrack, letting them get there. And they're swapping the damage over on the Calvish. Here's the kidney shot on the Chun-Li, though. There's the cheap shot onto Dippy to follow up. Nice cross CC, but Flop, Tranquility in the back. No CC available for them. And it just seems like they're just peeling all game long. They're not getting defensives. They still have Karma. They still have a Trinket on the side of Flop as well. But here we go. There's the blind commit going out onto Flop. If there's any follow-up CC, but Kearney's the one who's taking a brunt of the damage right now, taking a huge bit of pressure from.
And do you think the 13-month resub, buddy?
Opting to just kind of tunnel down that Rogue. I'm not sure. I feel like there's the kidney shot. This is the go that they wanted. Do
How
they
did the first
some
game end?
CC follow
You don't
on the
remember?
flop? It could be a big deal if they do. It doesn't look like it. Diffuse Magic is going to be committed in cap to stop a bit of that pressure as well. But now the huge bit of pressure coming out from Chun-Li, as well as the conduit to prevent any sort of peels. Huge damage! Down goes the rogue!
Wait,
And
that's
who
it.
cares about an
That's
Arcane
it. They've
Mage
actually
who can
had
just blow up a rogue
multiple
like that?
random
Tiger Toads,
explosions.
they
Toads
seem
are out.
really good at
Toads double
rotating
lose.
Positionally, but I just feel like it doesn't matter. The rogue is still a very viable kill target, especially against the Windwalker monk.
Kearney got way too overconfident. He got way too overconfident. He got punished for it so badly in the replay. So he was moving close to try and do something, and Dippy was like, "Yo, what are you doing, Kearney? Like, you think you can play like that? You think you can just come up in our grill and do this? Like, that's not happening, Kearney." And Dippy just flips to him and swaps, and that baited him to Iron Bark. And then because he Iron Barks himself, so here's the swap. Kearney is running in, and he's like, and Dippy's like, "What are you doing, bro? Like, this is our turf. Get out of here!" And he starts blasting Kearney, and so Kearney Iron Barks, but then they swap back to
That's
Rogue.
brutal
There's
for
no
Toads.
cooldowns, and now Kearney has no Iron Bark, so they can just switch back, no cooldowns, 100 OM. So that was a big punish. That was a really good catch by Dippy to not let Kearney start bullying the team here, because I think he wanted to jump in and start getting some stuns, start looking for some cyclones, and I think he realized pretty quickly, oh no, what have I done? And then it's just
Look at
over
the
at
health
that point.
bar on Calfish. Like, he's decently healthy. And now he's not. And now he's not. And now he's dead. There was an H of Swiftness and whatnot down from Kearney available there. Maybe that could have been enough to keep the rogue in for just a few more globals to allow him to react. But that is a very fast spike of health from both Dippy and Chun-Li. They were synergized quite well. And that quick swap, there's the leg sweep to follow it up. But no, I do think you're right. I think they caught this.
It's interesting.
They caught this.
Why not?
Resto Druid off guard.
Why not
and
just?
that follow,
I'm
that
confused
slight
basically
moment
as to
is
why
what
they didn't
saves
just
them
adapt
most, especially
only
when, the
Frost
rotating
for
through
Arcane.
all
Oh,
Calvish
they do that?
defensive cooldowns, anticipating Cubsy, being the
Yeah, they
main kill
could
target
just
for
have
this
Kelvish
team.
be Arcane.
But now they're gonna have to be on
Have
their
Kelvish
toes.
be the
So
rogue.
The question that I have is,
Or I
are
guess
we gonna
I don't know.
see the
I guess I don't know
same
what they want to
Arcane
do. Do they,
Mage sub-rogue yet again?
they just wanted to have
It
Kelvish
was
in every
what
game?
won them the series in Cup #1. It seems to be.
Is that what's happening?
The composition that has lost twice in this current series.
I'm curious why they didn't just adapt simply like playing the first matchup, but with an Arcane Mage to spam Klepto Druid Hearts. Like this matchup here, just sub Kelvish for or just keep Dazed in, but play Outlaw Arcane with Kearney. Like what is the logic behind this matchup? Is it just because Kelvish is bottom down here, and I feel like generally speaking, Cubsy's top down. So I'm confused why they didn't make that change.
I favored them.
Yeah, I think
I'm sure someone knows.
I don't want to see the leaderboard. Like, I just don't.
Show the leaderboard.
I don't even think.
Here we go.
This is a different leaderboard. This is a fine one. This is a fine one to show. I'm good. I'm okay with this
Delicious
leaderboard.
Okay.
I'm okay with this leaderboard.
Dude, the third place team is out of the tournament. That's insane.
Yeah, things have been weird. Things have been weird for both regions, honestly. Something's in the water here, because you're absolutely right. If they don't have a star next to them, they are no longer in the tournament. Tiger Toads,
Wait,
they are
isn't Left 4 Dead out too? Left 4 Dead's out too.
out. So a lot of these teams,
Left 4 Dead's gone too.
They have a chance to kind of sneak on in there.
No. Left 4 Dead are gone. No, Left 4 Dead are gone too.
A little bit beside yourself,
Bro.
You joined us on a
going-
good weekend, basically.
The level of competition in this bracket is unreal. It genuinely is. I mean, we were talking about it at the beginning of the day with YPPM. They're like, oh, we're having fun with it. All of a sudden, the Sub-Rogue comes out, and they just seem like a top team. I feel like Gustbusters, they just figured out how to deal with the Sub-Rogue Arcane Mage. There's so much going on, so many mind games, but also flexing onto new compositions. The level of play here is bar none. It's fantastic. I am so excited for Sunday.
I am
very interesting results. So for us getting top 3, it's looking really good because of how the results have flipped.
That was the last series.
It's looking really good for that qualification to the second part of the tournament at this point.
The Europe teams and what we've got going on over there, because as competitive as it is over here in the North American region, it is the same story in EU Super Ts. I mean, Echo is out. Overload.
Oh, this is the first tournament without Echo in it. Look at Echo's one.
They were out quite early for Cup #1. I am so excited.
So in the lowers, you've got two teams that aren't Rogue Mage. Don't have a mage. Both Chibaku and Locked In don't have mages. And in the top end, you've got two mages fighting.
I am so excited. Dobop. I am so excited for this region.
Yeah, Echo's gone. It's a really, really crazy
I feel like they've
series of
done
events.
So much. They polished up their mistakes from last week. They absolutely clapped Echo.
Yeah, if we get
bracket, we got Dobob's
if we get
going through, I feel like they're a crowd favorite. Overload were
if we get second or first, it's
week,
it's guaranteed. There's no
They
gauntlet
saw
for
the
us.
writing in the
I
sand.
think there's no
They're like,
gauntlet
we
in
need to make a
general
switch.
at this stage.
And they are so
In all
happy they
likelihood,
made the
because
switch.
of these
They're
weird
looking at
results that are
Echo like,
happening.
See you later, guys. So we're first place by a mile.
And it's only a
now.
3
You
cup
guys are in
season.
the tournament. Toodaloo, Echo. We're gonna keep building up this lead, but obviously Dobob. And even Locked In and Chibaku, like I feel like Chibaku must be feeling like pretty reinvigorated from this North American tournament. Like it's possible to beat RMP.
I mean, it's going to be extremely disappointing for
3-0.
Kelvish's
And
team
is beating RMP. Maybe we can do
to be in a
this.
spot where they almost beat Jung. They almost beat.
Chibaku, I feel like has to be reinvigorated
crazy.
at least a little bit in this tournament, and so there's a lot more life.
I mean,
think, for
imagine.
championship
Okay,
than we've seen
you want to hear drama?
Could not agree.
You want to hear
more.
drama?
I mean, it's
Echo
so
and the
exciting. It
Gauntlet.
was an exciting
Oh, that would be
time to
drama.
AWC
That's
again.
possible
Here,
still.
good breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and dessert will be on Sunday, on Championship Sunday. So definitely make sure y'all.
That
are
would be
sticking
a
around
that would
for
be a
that.
terrifying gauntlet to have. That'd be
Extremely
max
exciting.
content
We're
though.
also, like
That would be
I'm
like,
gonna reiterate
and I
one
could
more
see
time,
if
we
there
are
was a
halfway
team that
through
would do the
basically season
gauntlet just for
qualifying
content,
us
it'd be
to
Echo.
get into the top
Right?
3, and
That
these
would be
teams
that would be
know
insane
that they're
content.
putting their best foot forward. They are raising the level of competition week after week.
That would
series
be
after
that would be
series.
wild.
There is a look at that roadmap that they will be following. As you can see, we're in Cup 2. They've got one more cup next weekend into the grand finals. How that works is they're going to
Or
have
tomorrow will be
top
tomorrow is
teams
going to be
from each
crazy
region.
exciting for you
If they
though.
don't make it, if they're the bottom 5, that means they get sent to the gauntlet. Only one team from each region will come out of that alive to make a total of top 4 for each region. So a little bit complicated, but of course we'll check in, every once in a while and kind of how that is going. But that is going to wrap it up for us. Let's take a look at the predictions leaderboard before we head out.
No, we couldn't have just
Shall
left.
we?
Like,
Nah, listen, I'm just doing my
coin
job.
is-
I
Oh,
am
so that's
just
not
the
bad.
That's even
messenger.
worse. A coin has been
Wow.
put on here. I'm
That's
worse than a
that
coin.
is- That's so mean.
Who made this graphic? Who made this
That's
graphic? Who made this graphic?
Oh my god, dude, you
That's
got
so
crit
mean.
so hard. Yeah, what's
That
up,
is
Aya?
so
8
mean.
wins. Let's go. 8 not
Oh,
bad. We're
man.
right up there with Zico. It's no
Yeah,
big deal.
listen, I'm right on that guy's tail, okay? I'm not gonna. I'm happy that I'm beating Chat, but Zico, that man's head is getting too big.
This was the
ego
only
is off
week.
the charts with these predictions.
This is the only week where
Super
betting on
teams, you know
RMP
what? We
was
gotta
bad.
take an
okay?
L every once
All
in a
I
while,
did-
okay?
All
You
I
can
did was
handle
look
it.
at this. I said they're an RMP. They're gonna win. That's all I did. That's all that I
And
did.
listen,
I just
and
Are
was
they
like,
zooming
time-
in on this?
we're
What are
zooming
they
in to
doing?
erase me. I'm so
Stop
far at the
it.
bottom. I'm off the screen, even though
Oh
on this
my
graphic.
god.
I
Vote
don't
with your
even
heart,
exist.
brother.
Look at this. Just like I'm getting clappers treatment right now. Like I'm already dead, man. Like I don't need this. Maybe just leave it zoomed in, and maybe people will forget. Just leave it zoomed in.
Celestial
No.
conduiting on your corpse right now, brother. I'm sorry, man, but
God.
33%. It looks kind of lonely down there.
I mean,
think that-
RMP failed for the first time in I don't know how many years because that's all I did was bet on RMP.
Bro,
fair.
I'm
I don't know if
also
those are even
baffled
real
by it.
results.
was,
I
like,
actually wouldn't be
blown away
surprised
that
if it completely
Subroad
flips back
Arcane
next
Mage
week.
Lost. I was just like, yeah, no, we have another game, right? What do you guys mean? The game's over.
I could easily see it just flipping back
agree
next
with
week
you.
and
Some of
everyone
my
pretending it
votes
didn't happen, you know?
definitely went to like the against the Rogue Mage. For example, I voted against Aiden on Sub Rogue, and that crit me.
He
man.
took that
crit me.
personally.
Yeah, he really did. He really did. Which honestly, all these players have been playing so incredibly good, like playing multiple specs, multiple classes. They deserve a follow. You guys should follow them on all the social medias. Follow WoW Esports on Twitter as well. They kind of highlight each individual team as well as the players' socials as well. So if you want to track what these guys are doing and even hear their comms, highly recommend it.
Yeah, it's definitely good to support those guys. These are hardworking players, and
Wait, what?
we
What
don't
did
get
that
a-
say?
What happened? What did
There
I
was
miss?
something. There. If you add
Oh.
Machine and Super together, you get 100%.
Yeah, see, teamwork. Teamwork makes
That's
the dream
right,
work.
buddy. That's right, man. Sometimes you're Aiden,
Just let me know.
sometimes you're
Slowly.
Super
Let me know when
Ts.
you're
99.9%, repeating, of course.
Repeating, of course.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there. Well, we're gonna head out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, Super T's. Make sure you get like a quarter or whatever the
Hey,
a loony or a toonie. What is it you Canadians call it? I don't know.
I got a piggyback from D Machine, I think in Europe. I know he is capable of carrying me on the prediction
That's
leaderboard.
right, baby.
All right.
That's right. I got
We'll
you.
figure it out
capable.
tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a new day, a fresh start. With that, thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to head out same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Peace.
How was Buffs Tuesdays or Tuesday? I don't completely know how it's going to work out. They're not great for me, apart from maybe the right ones. I don't think. I mean, I assume they're good for Moonkins. I think, but I don't think Chuck's super hopeful about those. The changes to Frost and Blood are irrelevant. There's enough to Unholy. Doesn't really matter though. I think the change to balance trees look good though. 3% plus 3% Star Surge. Yeah, they're good changes for balance. Cat blocker. Good call. Do you think Red will be after the changes? It's hard to say. They're basically all changes during their bust, so it's like they're gonna be like noticeable for sure. But is that enough to defeat these really powerful, really defensive comps? Maybe not. But that's the big question for sure. That's the $1 million question. It's about 11% damage, which is not actually that crazy. 11% damage is not enough to do it on its own. But what is maybe enough to do it on its own is the fact that it happens during your wings every time. So it's the spot. It's more the position of where the... I was saying temp was bugged. That's why I was using it. Really? Huh. Interesting. So I do want to grab my rep build on this guy and then also figure out how to like retune my stats a little bit. Thank you, buddy. It is a moggable time for sure. Yeah, I'll try a bunch of rest stuff next week. That is the plan. I do unfortunately need to farm quite literally infinite amounts of honor. I mean, what it's getting next week is enough, probably. I mean, you're buffing your damage when it matters, right? Red is a 30-second class. And they're buffing that 30-second window by 10% on... So I don't know how you basically math out how much of your damage during wings comes from Dawnlight and whatever the thing they're buffing is. But you're getting 10% more on one part of it and then 50 and 40 the other two parts. I don't know how, like, basically a rep main can probably calculate exactly how big of a damage increase they're gaining during those 30-second windows. That's what I'm most interested in. I know it's really easy to figure out the overall increase is 10% or so. 10 to 10, about 10% more damage overall on scoreboard. But how you calculate how much burst you're gaining is a different story. Like, how much more potent is your wings becoming is the question, I think. My guess is that it's probably closer to like 30% more powerful during your burst windows or so. But yeah. Well, 10% overall does not tell the story of what it is. So when a rep paladin kills something, it's going to kill you during its cooldowns, which is every 30 seconds. You're going to die during wings. So it's the fact that it's during the wings that you're buffing. So it's buffing your actual like meaningful damage and not your like not meaningful damage. The question is just like how big of an increase it actually is. Hey, Grum. I'm not sure. You only get one part of the wall buffed, right? Is that something that other people are considering? I mean, I'm not a person who would really cook on Rat, to be honest. I just copy other people on it. It's funny I'm top damage in this dungeon and I don't even have talents. I haven't even spec'd everything, nor do I have any hero talents. Well, if you press them at the same time, how strong is your wall is the question, I think. I mean, I think Rets are excited for those changes. Yeah, I think Rets are really popular spec, and people just haven't been playing because it isn't crazy, but it might be about to be crazy. I think probably more people are looking at it for PvE than they are for PvP, because again, you have to contend with some pretty obnoxious meta comps like Rogue Mage. Keep in mind that when you play a Ret Paladin into a Mage, you actually gave the Mage a new ability, right? You actually literally, by being a Ret Paladin into a Mage, you actually let them spec into Hand of Freedom on a class that already has 19 blinks. So letting them have another bit of mobility is crazy work. Can you make it unpurgeable? Let's sing to freedom. I don't think so. I don't think. I think it's just all they changed it so it's auto. It's like Unbound Freedom, but it's just this talent here. Kind of a freebie to have it. It just auto casts on a teammate if you don't target them either nowadays.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferus refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansurek and the Black for Arcane.
Does Red feel squishy? But Red feels like a complete fucking tank compared to playing a Death Knight. Literally feels like I'm playing a prop paladin relative to DK tankiness. At least in my opinion. I don't think red comms feel not tanky. I feel like reds feel like pretty durable in most matchups they play. Not maybe into Rogue Mage. I think they're considerably tanky than like say Warrior. Maybe not as tank as a Rogue. I mean, it may soon. That's an acid craft, really. Wait, I joined. Oh my god, I got so lucky. Wait, it's saying take flight, but the boss is right here. This is so good. This group obviously died on the, they must have wiped on the last boss and everyone left. But all of the XP for this place is from the completion, so they must have like had a, so there's a weird thing that happened in these. Have you guys ever seen this before? People go into this dungeon and they don't know where to go at the end, they all die. So like what happens is you get this boss, right, and you get him to like, I don't know what percent he gets to. It's like 90%, I think. And he flies off. And when that happens, you're supposed to follow him, or you can take the shortcut, but they just wipe before they get to the last boss platform. You can just fly directly there. Isn't it over here somewhere? To be honest, I'm doing it, man. It was me, unless I can get into one of these. It's over here. Whoops. He's good here. And wait.
5.
You can see in this case, the priest looks like, oh, you made it. Oh, he just died instantly. That was a insane amount of XP though for one boss. My thing's stuck going the wrong way. How do I even do this? Chrome with 36 gifted subs. What do you mean, man? Okay, regardless of what it gets to, I'm pretty sure he put me in my goal for tomorrow, so Aaron will now let me stream the games tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, Chrome buddy. That is insane. I'm ridiculously grateful, man. It's specific because I'm pretty sure it puts me at exactly the goal. Whether it goes down or out, that counts as the goal. That's 100% the goal. I don't. It doesn't matter if it says it is or isn't. It's too precise, man. Thank you very much, buddy. Now, Aaron wanted me to put a little, like a, well, it's not a little goal. It's actually a big goal. I didn't think I'd get that. But it makes Aaron happy to have me be on early, and that's the important thing. Thank you very much, buddy. So I'll be on tomorrow before our stuff later on in the day. Chrome also absolutely destroyed me yesterday. My death knight was shattered last night by Chrome several times. Congrats on 24, by the way. Right, getting hit by a Fury is actually just stressful as a Death Knight. The class doesn't have any. Even I would have games where I press 36 death strikes and still die. Just felt irrelevant. I'm actually curious though about how this thing's coded osmosis. I want to know how this thing's coded. Oh, it perked the hype train too. Thank you for the 36 gift. It's gonna be a level, I want to say like 7. It's very specific. I think 7.25 ish. If I'm right. 7.7. I was close ish. It kind of counts. So the weird thing about osmosis is it doesn't have, and I didn't realize this, but when you're spec'd into it, it doesn't actually show anything. Good morning, Johnny. How are you doing today, buddy? I wish I could calculate me taking more healing. Oh, I guess I can. Oh, this is interesting. I can do it. Kinda, right? Is it always 51k? No, it's changing. I mean, why is it change? Oh wait, it should be bigger here. Basically, what I'd be really curious to see is if I press shell. How consistent is this? 65,427. 64,360. And this one's randomly. It's not showing my overhealing? No, I want to see healing. Does it not show overhealing? We can delete this. The text speech one, no. We're waiting until after AWC for that one. Switch types. Does it have healing? Heals. Now this should now show healing, right? Death Strike healed you 0 physical, 1.2 million overhealing. And this one. 0.1 million overhealing. Shell. 1.4 million overhealing. Okay. Now, if this one's 1.4, then we know something is up. It doesn't. Doesn't look like the temporary shell gives you the osmosis effect. Which seems a little bit shit. I'm pretty consistently seeing 1, 2, 1, 2. 4. 4. I was really hoping this one would give me extra healing taken. Because I feel like we're down kind of bad. Yeah, it's the same. Well, that was the main thing I wanted to see, to be honest. I was hoping that this would, like, when I look at the talent, thank you again, Chrome, for the 36 gifted subs, buddy. Actually insane. I was hoping it would show this, because it shows AMS as being normal. The spellity for, I think it's this one, is the spellity for the one from, this is the one cast from your horseman. And it says it's modified by, and it has, I think, osmosis should be in there. So I don't know why it's not working on it.
Look off the Death Knight. There are PvP classes to be leveled.
Nah, so if I shell and I heal the dummy, my death strikes heal for more. If I like use the other shell on myself, and then I press death strike, it's 1.45, and then it goes down after shell fades to 1.2. So I can see healing increases. You can see that your min death strike goes up. I mean, it's not looking likely. Maybe DK'd feel tankier if I didn't play Team Shell? It's just such a pity that when you press... Wait, what just happened? Well, offensively, the class has some stuff going on for it, but I'm thinking for this week only. I think next week you're just playing Red Paladin. Red Paladin just has actual definitive utility. I'm thinking in terms of what I can do and how I can spend my time. There's no cope in that sense that we're down bad and we're trying to figure out how we can make something happen with it. Why the fuck does it apply? Wait a second. When I shell my pit, it shelled my pits around my pit. With vestigial. Vestigial? Why is that? I've tested this before. Not testicle, no, that's a different word entirely. Chrome. Wait, what? That would have just came up as a whole bunch of canceled characters. There's no way to make that. What does it even say, Johnny? It came up as a. I don't think there's any way to read this. Did you message me that as all that? Because that is not. Can you even read the number of? Whoa, language. Wait, did it post the actual word? No, it can't post the actual word. I thought it would like actually like translate it, but it doesn't seem to work that way. I don't already typed. Yeah, it's a good question. What do you actually mean by that? I'm not even sure if I have a language filter on. I think he may have done his own one. I actually did hear that, Kerm. May hit me with another one, man. But it's a same number of characters. So I had no way to read into it, really. So if I shell myself, does it shell him? When I shell myself, it does shell him. Maybe it's time to get rid of Team Shell. What's the range in this, I wonder? Hang on. Let me see.
Roman 11 Jinping. The terms of service must be abided at all costs. If not, you will get permed and it will cost you a new WoW license plus the war within expansion for $49.99.
Oh. Oh, I think it just hits my pets, making the talent basically unusable. Wait, what the hell? I think that's why it seems bad. Does it? Because I just team shelled. So when I shell a teammate, it's still shelled other things. This guy's following me, which is actually useful in this case. Because I can see. Yeah, see, it shelled this dude. It won't feed it back to me, but it actually does feed the effect to your teammates, which is actually kind of useful sometimes. Well, I mean, that's just interesting, like a kind of interesting outcome. The fact that it. Wait, I showed this dude. No, I showed myself and it showed. Okay, I don't even know. We'll mess around with it and see what it does. I can test it now, actually. If I show my healer. It did not show my pet or me, but it did show my teammate. It's just bugged to not apply it to you. If I show myself, huh? No, it provides 50% reduction, which is fine. Or 30% reduction, sorry, to magical effects. It's not unusable. Oh god, please don't tell me he's playing the build. He's playing the. I mean, he's definitely playing the build.
Bloodlust.
I know he's playing the build.
Primordial. Cap.
You want to kill that guy? Okay. I accept.
Primordial.
You want to see how much we're getting done with this, by the way. We're pressing shell and CD this game.
Tremor.
And being as annoying as possible.
Ground. Bloodlust. Primordial.
Yeah, it's become unhealable.
Cap. Ground.
Okay. Let's see. Best target mass. It's just healing my pets. Did like anarchy on him. It's just hitting pets. Including my main pet. Wait. Is it applying from this talent? The auto shell?
Bloodlust. Primordial.
I think not, right?
Ground. Primordial.
Oh, nice. Getting tempested. Getting double tempested. He's dying through zone. That's crazy work.
Cap.
We almost died. That is crazy. I feel like I still blasted though. No, he didn't. But what is the point in me, man? He's like the hard cast Ellie build. He did top down. He's the hard cast Ellie build being trained. What am I doing here? To be fair, it doesn't actually hard cast very often, but it isn't. It is a probably underrated build. He soloed the warrior. Didn't do a point. I don't get a single point of damage to that guy. I did not do. I did 10 mil. Bro, what the fuck was that? I did top down though. But Smex definitely he actually has cooked the warrior on his own. That build is crazy, but it's actually one of those builds I don't fully understand how it works. He completely cooked him. I wonder if people are actually using that to one shot or if he's actually just cooking it.
Bloodlust.
I'm terrified.
Primordial.
The warrior's lost confidence. He actually got his confidence got shattered by Smex just then. That's actually funny. He stopped wanting to train him. He started wanting to train he wanted to train Smex instead because of how cooked he got. Oh no. Oh no. Or I swear it's actually hilarious. He shattered the warrior's confidence. And then killed him the same way. Yeah, the warriors had it. Okay. I mean, Smex has killed the warrior 3 rounds in a row the exact same way. He's just one-tapped the warrior 3 rounds in a row. Sometimes when you have specs like this that are just like super one-shotty, it actually is like the lobby doesn't have... I learned nothing from this in the end. I don't know if I was doing anything of value. I think most rounds were just decided by like there's no consistent outcome. The outcomes are super inconsistent.
Bloodlust.
Is he playing normal build now?
Primordial.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Oh, it could be me, man. It could be my turn. My turn to go.
Ground.
Oh no. I'm so scared. He's so scared. I mean, I IBF'd as soon as it started blasting me. But, holy shit. Oh, shit.
Cap.
He's just barely holding on. Bro, it's gonna be my turn. I know it's my turn soon, man. I can't shell anything now. We have to wait until Smex is about to fucking kill me.
Tremor. Bloodlust.
Oh no.
Round.
It's just terror. It's just actual terror. Now I've got no confidence. I haven't been one shot by it, but you know. I know. I know what he's capable of. Maybe he dies. Oh, maybe he dies here, actually. Oh, it's my turn, man. Oh, no. Can he live? He can.
Cap.
Wait. No, live. No. We're about to send to. Well, I mean, it's definitely a fairly underwhelming result for my POV. I feel like I'm actually since that 20 years everyone's played every class for a long time, so just good at playing everything. Do for how long if you don't feel like it's your own fault. Oh yeah, that's absolutely completely it. Like so. You can just watch the VOD last night and listen to how I sounded queuing into just anything, to be honest. I've never felt so fucking defenseless in my life, man. When I queue any Death Knight games, it actually feels like the most stressful thing ever. In threes. And Shuffle, it's not like unplayable at all. I think Shuffle DK is not the same thing though. I just don't think your defensives are ever enough in normal threes. And well, he's trolling, man. He's just joking. I mean, yeah. You're a West player after that lobby? I mean, I queued up to try and learn something and I didn't because I think that there was a bigger vortex in that lobby than myself, which was Max just controlling who lived and died, man. He was just deciding, rolling the dice every time he pressed Tempest or Stormkeeper. So I have these week horrors that are available right now. And the text-to-speech ones I am down to release, but I'll wait until after AWC ends, just because it's probably smarter that way. They're not hard to make or anything. They're not crazy. They're not groundbreaking. That's when we're deciding to do it. Team kind of talked about it a bit. I saw the Axton post. The reality is, I mean, I understand where he's at. Unfortunately, I'm in a position where I don't think anyone's actually tried to play Death Knight. Like, I haven't played in a tournament where people were actively rerolling Death Knight since 2017. That was the last time that other people were also rolling it. The other person I played on NA who actively played on Holy DK in tournaments was in 2019 with Smex. He played Unholy DK very, very well. He's an insanely good Death Knight. But neither of us won. Unfortunately, we both got dampened by MLD in that season. So unfortunately, You know, the last time that Death Knights were like the Vortex class, you know, like the Rogue or Mage or DH. The last time that happened, or Rat Paladin, was 2017. 2017 regionals for NA was the last one that Death Knights were actually considered good. But to be honest, Vanilkas were actually better that season too. Tough one. It's a hard, like they've had moments, but like I do think that I don't even think they did a bad job this expansion with them in a lot of ways. I think it's done a good job. It's just they're not like I don't know how you can make them good enough in threes without making them broken in shuffle. Maybe tankiness is a prerequisite. I mean, to be honest, I last expansion, maybe if DKs were tankier, because I'm pretty sure the seasons where there were a couple of seasons where I felt like they were actually pretty disgusting. Like they got really nice like offensive changes, but they just were not as tanky as like I'm pretty sure like Org DK was pretty crazy in one of the seasons, and it was like with really crazy changes to Death Knight, but Death Knight just got abused by Mage Lock. I just got Mage locked and they just trained me all game until I eventually died because I couldn't go into Dampening as deep as they could. So I wonder if it's just the defense that's been lacking for, you know, since they kind of gutted Deathstrike. And they gutted Deathstrike even more this expansion. Deathstrike doesn't actually provide a pause to damage anymore. It's not DR anymore. It's just like your health immediately continues going down. Your health doesn't like before your health would jump up by enough that it would at least make up for the damage taken in the last couple seconds. So like if you waited like 5 seconds to Deathstrike, it would basically give you back like 2 seconds of life effectively. It was 40% of damage taken. If you took your 100% of your health in the space of 5 seconds, then it gave you back, you know, 2 out of those 5 globals came back to you. So you had 2 seconds to think about your next action. I wonder if it's just the game is kind of broken since they made them squishy. I mean, you used to just gauge your damage taken. If you took a lot of damage, you press Deathstrike and you would like gain 40% of your time back. Can you talk about what happened to Trill? I see a lot of people talking about it during AWC. I don't use X that much. So people thought he said something he didn't. And people have actively sought to basically destroy him in the space of the last couple days. The majority of people are being nice about it and understanding that it was not, you know, it had, like, what he said had a likeness to something else, but was not what he said. It was not what he intended to say at all. He didn't sleep for that day. Like, it was just like, it was not even, yeah. There's nothing to it. Just people are trying to destroy him. The internet tried to take him out, and he, yeah, I mean, we're very lucky that you guys are so nice, because that is not who Ryan is. I mean, I obviously can't say it, Wexo. What he was trying to say was, I'm trying to think of what oh, he's trying to say he was trying to say I effing swear, but he said it so quietly that his OBS didn't pick it up at all because it was said so quietly. Like, it was right at the bottom of his noise gate, and then his noise gate cut out on Discord for some part of, like, the starting part, the SW got cut out too because it was very, very quiet. Basically, he was speaking right at the bottom of his noise gate and it made it sound like something else entirely. I mean, if you want to look it up, you're welcome to. I'm not gonna like try and feed into that right now. But basically, it was a very unfortunate situation that was nothing to do with what he was trying to say at all. At all. And then a bunch of people decided to try and destroy him over it. So I'm very grateful that people are understanding and that what Ryan meant to say is what matters. And you can actually, honestly, if you slow it down and stuff, you can very clearly hear that he was not saying what people are trying to say. People just... So anyway, there was some pretty bad actors trying to make him out to be something he was not, is not, continues to not be. No, I agree. If you like slow it down, you can actually hear the point where the noise cuts out, because like there was a person who actually did a very nice breakdown of it. Basically took it, like put it into audio software and showed that the noise cuts out at that point. And you can tell this stuff missing because he just is continuing something. But yeah, the really crazy, really cooked part that came in, people tried to create these narratives that it was like, that it was some sort of cover up, and it's just like, that couldn't be further from the truth, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Like it was truly, it just shows how insane the internet can be. Not to say that people shouldn't get in trouble for saying anything like that, but that's just not what he was saying. You know? It's not even close to what he was saying. Look, Wexham, I'm not sure if you're just trying to start shit or what, but if you want to look it up, you can. I'm not going to repeat it. I can't say or type it to you. And you should understand that. No, you cannot say it, man. I'm not, that's not okay to say in any situation. Yeah, I'm not sure if Wex was trying to set me up or what, but... Rick could be stuck on Tuesday, yeah, for sure. If there's any cover up, there's no cover up at all. There's literally no cover up. Ryan didn't respond right away because he wanted to talk to, because he represents an org. He talked to them about what they wanted to do with it, and they listened to it, and I think we're under the impression that there's just nothing there. So I don't know if the person who's innocent should be required to. I mean, I'm sure he'll talk about it, but he really, you know, when the entire internet jumps on you for something you didn't say, well, not even actually, honestly, not even the whole internet. There's just it shouldn't even be surprising to anyone at this point. There's a good number of people in any given country, any given like group of people, whatever, that are gonna just be like, they don't care about what happens to the other person. They don't care what happens to Ryan, right? They care about what's more entertaining to them. They don't have any consequence, any sense of consequence.
This is not a cover-up.
People just want the most entertaining outcome. They don't care what happens to the person. People love watching, you know, blood sports or any number of things because it's just, people look at it not for, like, they don't care about what happens. Like when you look at a fight, like a fight between, you know, let's say it's MMA or something, you don't actually, you know, people watch those. They don't actually care what happens. Like if one person gets like fucked up, they don't care. They aren't thinking about how that person's going to feel the next day and how they're going to recover and whatever else. They are entertained by the actual blood sport itself. And that's the reality of the internet. In any situation, any argument, people are thinking about how they feel about it and how they, you know, the entertainment value of that. No, it didn't sound like the word. But I can understand why some people may have thought that at first glance. But it's just not what he said. And I think that's what matters in the world, right? What matters is not how something, like the likeness of something, like when you have no intention to say something and they're not that person, does that not matter to you, Weekend Warrior? End of the game. Yeah, it's super obvious it didn't say it. Incredibly obvious it didn't say it. It's missing multiple syllables. It's just a likeness. No, it's not even that, Ken. It's because he said it so quietly that his noise get cut out. It's one of the most unfortunate situations ever. He said it so quietly, and this is like part of the crazy, absolutely insane stories that are coming out. Like he like muted one side of his mic, but not the other. But then suddenly was unmuted for his next word that he said loudly. He spoke very quietly, and because he spoke quietly, it basically was like right at the bottom of his noise gate. So it's like barely picking up. It doesn't pick up on his noise gate on OBS because his OBS noise gate is higher, and his Discord noise gate. And Discord has, I think, compression stuff as well. So it barely clips that noise gate for some of the words, but then cuts out at other points. Yeah, people are drama. I mean, it's not even. It's fortunately people have, for the most part, come to their senses on it. But and I'm very appreciative that people are understanding, because that is not at all the situation. You know, he was not trying to say anything remotely like that at all.
Incarn.
Someone did a really good analysis of it to basically, like, you know, very definitively show that was the case as well. I guess I could have dispelled that guy's oh no, I couldn't actually. Oh no, it's a Fury Warrior attacking me, I think. Yeah, that was they did a good job showing that it's missing multiple syllables and basically kind of showing the noise gate situation too. I don't know if they talked about that part as much, but I think that's the really important part. When you see the audio like shown in a like when you have like the visual representation of audio and you can see the noise gate cutting out, you can tell it's basically missing the. I mean, again, unfortunately, we're in a court of opinion, not like an actual court. But the reality is, you can see that there's stuff cut out, and you just can't see it. Like there's stuff missing, there's syllables missing from the starting point. Like he's saying a different word. It drops the word he's actually saying because it's so quiet. In this case, he was saying swear, but it cut out the SW, which is the whole issue. Oh my god, it's pain, man. It's so much pain. I do think shelling myself does actually feel decent from a tank standpoint, though. No, I'm unhealable at this point, I think. I'm unhealable, man. Completely unhealable. He played it really well, too. The life of a Death Knight against a Fury Warrior. Well, people just want, like I said, Dallas, the people are just after drama. They're after creating something out of nothing. I'm gonna tell the OX Axiom, buddy.
Kidney. Dance.
I'm gonna get trained every round in this lobby.
Bomb.
Platinum, it didn't. Hopefully he rallies the root beam. Does he rally it? He does not. Okay.
Dance.
Execute. He lives, goes to full HP because the meld. I saw what you did, Ken. That was kind of awesome to see. Your tweet was really, really nice.
Kidney.
Not your first one. I think the first. I feel like at the start you were just kind of patted. Like it kind of showed it showed kind of the two different mindsets at the same time.
Dance.
Over the course of a short time, you know. From the like entertainment value to the oh shit, this is actually someone's life we're talking about. You know, we're fucking with someone's livelihood. I mean, that's the reality of it, right? It's cool to see people like coming to that kind of conclusion.
Incarn.
And realizing, he's gonna die to it.
Bomb soon.
I have no idea, Ken. I've known Ryan for 8 years. I know who he is.
Dance.
Which makes everyone being this way very, very wrong.
Dance.
My God. Wait, what is going on? This is actually unreal. How can I possibly survive this?
Bomb. Dance.
It's actually crazy how unplayable a game is when I'm against a Fury Warrior. It's just actually, I don't, even when it's completely unplayable.
Kidney.
I'm not even close to tanky enough. And Fury's not even good. It's just, I can't even exist. This guy is literally just having the best time of his life against me.
Dance.
I mean, I literally can't play. It is, the feeling is so awful. Look at my health. I'm just constantly dead. How do I exist? I'm like a warlock or a mage, except I can't move. This guy can never be kited from me. He's just glued to me the entire game, just one-shotting me. Maybe I can fight back now for a sec.
Kidney.
Just temporarily.
Dance.
Until he decides to one-shot me again.
Shadow blades.
I'm dead, I think. I mean, what the fuck? This is through IBF.
Kidney.
And swap.
Dance.
Bomb soon.
I mean, I can play a little more tankiness, but I don't. It's so unfun. You have to spec into a 4-second wall. I mean, I've had this experience the last 3 nights of queuing 3s too. I queue. We end up getting mostly Fury Warriors. I want to quit the game. It's not just Fury Warriors. I mean, honestly, Outlaw Rogues can fuck me up as well. I just feel squishy in general. But it's one of those things where you get buffed and you feel worse into these types of comps unless you're playing with, I mean, maybe Adrid, it can, like some classes have the right kind of almost healing style, but I just think you should be able to exist, you know?
Incarn.
A little bit. It's by far the worst, defensively the worst version of Death Knight I've ever experienced in the entire time that I've played it. And it's like you know, we don't have some reference point that we won the mop, we won the kata thing as Death Knight. So it's like no, we don't have like some data to suggest that this is just kind of trash, you know. But this version of it is really bad.
Incarn.
Okay. It took roughly twice as much damage as the Moonkin that we're trying to attack. I mean, the fact that you have to spec into physical reduction is also terrible design, I think.
Kidney. Dance.
They should just remove it.
Bomb.
I mean, I've got to use everything up now. Now I'm disarmed, so I can't even press my physical reduction. No, I mean, I don't despise its offensive design. I just despise its defensive design. You shouldn't be a class with no ability. Like, just, okay, take away Warlock's ability to port or any kind of kiting, because they have the same armor. Take away their CC, take away their ability to run, and that's a Death Knight. Like, it just needs to be designed either to be tankier or just give it its mobility. Give it some mobility. Give it some tools to actually be able to deal with spikes and damage.
Kidney.
I mean, Death Knights normally just have tankiness.
Dance. Incarn.
I'm not saying they should give them port, by the way. I think that sounds cooked as fuck. I think they should just have the ability
Dance.
to duel. They're a terrible brawling class. And they're designed to brawl.
Kidney.
The heroes are kind of casters. It gets abused by
Dance.
casters too in Dampening, to be honest. So no, it's not really tanky into any. That's why you won't really see it too much in meta. It's good. It's okay into melee caster if it's not a Fury Warrior or an Outlaw Rogue or a Feral Druid, honestly. Never mind. Not really meta into any of the caster comps. It's good into off meta shit.
Kidney. Dance.
Because I think Ferals are naturally strong against you. I think Fury Warrior is naturally strong against you. And I think at the moment, Rogues are pretty good against you as well. Like Outlaw Rogues are good against you as well. They're just designed to die at the moment.
Incarn.
Might be effing, but he still has. He has a
Shadow Blades. Dance.
I think this is one of those games that probably was gonna be. I want to say probably like a 6-0 for Mr. Munkin, and we messed around with him, but it's just played out in such a strange way.
Kidney.
Bomb soon.
Oh. Yeah, no, the current I am very certain that the current PvP devs do not understand the situation on Death Knight. I wish they would spam Q some cleaves and kind of experience it. But it is really miserable. Even if you're winning, it's miserable. You just take unreasonable damage. Your healer's sitting there freaking out. No, that's not true at all. The devs are great. The PvP devs are actually legitimately incredible, and they should be protected at all costs. That is not the direction. I very strongly detest that idea at all. I think the current PvP devs are incredible at what they do. Truly. I just think that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean you can't be wrong on things. That doesn't mean you're right on everything. You know, you can disagree. You can have a disagreement over something, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean they're not incredible at what they do. Does that make sense? I'm offering criticism without anything beyond that. No, they actually are legitimately like the best PvP devs I think we've had. Just because I'm not part of the group of classes that are having a great time doesn't mean they're not incredible at what they do. I legitimately think I prefer this group of PvP devs over the ones that they had in maybe. Okay, Legion's a tough one because Legions are very special. I would say like Mob, Kata, WAD, BFA. This group shits on all those Shadowlands. I have no idea we're getting so many show during the season or run. I mean, I think the season's got a lot of potential. Don't run up. What do you mean? Don't run far away? I think the season's sick. Really, Mop. I think we'll see. Mop Classic's coming out in a month and a half or so. 2 months, I think. Right? Did they announce it for 2 months? 2 months and like 2 weeks or something. 2 months to a week. Oh god, it's a bro. There's no way there's 2 of them. Fucking kill me, man. There's no way there's 2 of them. You've given me 2. That's punishment. That's unfair punishment. Bro, that's crazy work. You give me 2 Fury Warriors, man? Maybe I can live it. Maybe we can have some fun here, you know? Who knows? I don't know though. It doesn't feel very fun so far. Oh, it's very painful, man. I don't know. I mean, I've got IBF up basically at the same time right now, you know? Like, I'm spamming it. I mean, Diaz is stunned. I want to assume that I can hold and just keep Deathstrike up the entire time. It's pain though. Deathstrike when I can. I'm just spamming it, man. I have been spamming Death Strike this whole game. I think we're 5 or 6 deep at this point. Here comes another one. Chump, thank you for the 32-month reset, buddy. I mean, I think it's time to IBF. It's too painful. He trinkets this probably, of course, because he's just cleaving me. Living his best life, man. More Death Strikes. We blind. More Death Strikes. Holy fuck, man. It's so unfun. I think we're going to win, but it's so unfun. Until both in the same team. I think what makes it more stressful is that you can't recover once your health gets low. If you don't maintain your health, once it's too low, you don't have any way to bounce your health back up. So it just feels really, really bad. Just the whole time. I don't know. I wanted to approach these games from the point of view of like applying wounds like really frequently, but nope. We're back to death striking and shelling.
Psyfiend.
Blind. Oh, I didn't buy the priest that I wanted to. Not really the. I mean, it's kind of fine. I have a GS to heal myself up to for a little bit. Uh-oh. I need to get a shell off. Oh, if we're surviving this much longer. I mean, that's 3 death strikes. My health has not moved.
Psyfiend.
4 death strikes. Died through it. I heal for 4% per death strike. In that game, I used 10. We won't spam it the whole time, but well, our damage is probably not like as bad as it is made out to be because we still have Necrotic, but yeah, we're just getting pummeled the whole game. It is suffering, man. Thing is, it actually feels the exact same way against. It's like not just like one. It's like a general vulnerability to melee. It's gonna feel the exact same if Windwalker was meta too. You get pummeled by Windwalkers just as hard, and Ferals. You're just weak into damage, I guess. Problem is you don't have much reduction from the other build. I don't think he dispersed, but he probably also died pretty fast.
Fiend.
Might be my time to go here soon. Be his turn, yeah. How do I get to him?
Fiend.
Both teams swap. I have no IBF. I got a trinket shell. Not getting the thing in that was really crucial. Very bad, unfortunately. He could die still, but I think I just get pummeled. Oh, maybe not actually. I have extra now. Maybe not though. Holy fuck, man. Give him a challenge? Nah. Not really. I miss BFA, weirdly enough. I think at certain times. I didn't think I'd ever say that. I missed it. I'm like, no, I don't know. I'm very. It was one of my favorite expansions, but I don't know if I miss it. I guess. I think. I mean, I don't know, man. What is going on? Now that I'm not just dead the whole game, I can focus on my stacks again a little bit. Oh, he's decided on me. This might get me killed, man. I've seen this game before. Okay, now I have a big push, but here's my push now. Not gonna break it. Nice at the fair. Into a stun. Years off. Trinket swaps. 6 years off. Bro, he won against Double Fury. Girls from Cloud9. Yeah, Cloud9 just was really oppressive. You couldn't play. It wasn't that they were like trying to make you sit on a pillar. They didn't mind you sitting on a pillar, but you couldn't play in the open because you're just eating endless CC. DKOP. I mean, they chose to not attack me, man. Do you think I would live as long as the Shadow Priest? I'll give you a hint. I would not. Shadow Priests are fucking tanks, man. They made a big mistake. Made a very big mistake attacking the tank. Wait, can you actually hear the SW? No, I know, Wexo. Trust me. I'm aware. Can you make that clear though? I guess that people wouldn't believe it, but yeah, I mean, there's some stuff out there that already shows that he was definitely not saying what people are saying he was saying.
Fiend.
Okay, Shelter's fair, and you got the fair as well. Kind of nice. This is a nice go for me. We cleanly have 10 stacks, or 6 stacks.
Fiend.
It's actually funny the warrior dies here. Kind of figured that was gonna happen. Bro, I'm just stressed out after playing that. They actually stopped attacking me the last two rounds, which was really nice to know. GG somebody. Yeah, so I was at 2 wins and they attacked my Shadow Priest one round and then my Warrior the other round. And it's like I'm just a lot squishier, I think, than they are. I've tried Playpering, yeah. My general thought is the best thing about Death Knight right now is not my actual damage. Like in that round I did top damage, but the thing that makes me feel strongest is, you know, offensively, I don't think their design's terrible. But the best thing you have is necrotic wounds. Now, it is weird that that's your Mortal Strike effect, but I guess it's kind of counted as damage. It's kind of like you're an Orgavoka almost. You're just buffing your team. Bro, that's not those aren't the same things at all, Zach. Look, I'm not. Yeah, they're completely different, and the context of what they're saying was completely different. But again, Ryan didn't say that. Yeah, the trolling in this situation, I think it, you know, not the time, nor place, not necessarily is a time or place, but yeah. You get struggles in the Warrior Windwalker Feral mid is. That's what is Death Knight good at? What are you best at right now? Very good question. What is the meta? What is the hypothetical meta that would be good for Death Knights? Because you aren't actually good into double caster either. Like I think Demo Frost is typically a really good way to just abuse a Death Knight because they have to be out of position the entire game. They have to fight the entire game out of position. Slow paced game? Into what though? What types of classes? No, we aren't good in DH metas. We've already played those. DH lock crushed DK teams. played that meta. That meta happened in Dragonflight. There was the like slower DH meta. I don't know. They just have to eventually. I really hope that they become convinced. I think some people spoke out quite aggressively against DK tankiness at the start of Dragonflight, and I think sometimes classes go down a path, or like just in anything, right? You make a decision that's very fundamentally wrong, and I think they have not become convinced that that was a wrong decision yet. I think eventually, it may take years, but eventually they'll circle back to, oh, then I guess this assumption we made at the start of Dragonflight was an incorrect one. But that's what happened. You could actually, I could show you I could literally pull up the day when they made changes that have made the class feel pretty shitty to play. Like, it's just a bad experience to play. I'm sure it's not just Death Knights that have had that happen to them, but there's a very specific day where that happened for Death Knights. Yeah, the Death Star change probably was the big part, but not just that. They also removed, they completely removed your tank rune forge and all kinds of stuff. I think they're made based on a few things, but yeah, a lot of streamers had that opinion, and I just don't know if they were thinking, like, people just tend to think for them, like, not necessarily think for like everyone's POV, but for their own especially. And I think that no one spoke up for DKs in that situation, and DKs have suffered for multiple years because of it, competitively at least. It's really difficult to fight when you can't, like, as a class without mobility, and like, I mean, you could take DK as a direction that works without that, but you have to basically look at Death Knight's defensives and then compare them to other classes' defensives and say, okay, then why does DK have no mobility on top of that? Because they're like, you know, every single week you see the same thing with like mages, especially, right? Mages get put in these like really impossible situations. They're like 20% health, and they've got 2 people on them, and they're trying to survive, and they'll fucking barrier, blink, alter, blink, displace. Like, they'll just do these crazy combinations of movement and stuff that other classes just can't even, like, you know, other classes have just died at the very start of that. They didn't even get the chance to think about it, right? So it's one of those things that I very much hope eventually gets fixed. But yeah, I mean, it's extremely bad right now based on the fact that at the moment you get abused by like classes that just train you to the ground. But yeah, I mean, like, again, I think DKs were OP several times during Dragonflight offensively, but at the same time as they're good offensively, you could just build a comp that ruined them defensively. Again, you know, the best example I would say, like, DKs were at like their absolute peak Dragonflight season 2, not season 3. Season 2, they had a great tier set. They got given really, really crazy, really fun changes, but then you just didn't have defense. So, you know, we played against Mage Lock, and you couldn't hurt them, and they could just sit there and abuse your positioning and abuse the fact you couldn't heal yourself the entire game. And you just slowly died. Just felt miserable the whole game. So, you know, a good example of that, it was against, it was the series that Chuck and Ryan and Sam ended up reverse sweeping. But yeah, the first 2 games of that was just me getting ruined by, maybe I only got 1. Maybe it was just in the grand game. They just had like an 8-minute dampener with me not being able to connect to anyone for long enough periods of time, while I was just getting destroyed. My health was just sitting at 10% the entire game, getting killed by 2 wizards that were dragging me around the map. There's just no way for me to play. No way to actually, like, there's no way to actually meaningfully play that game as a Death Knight. Doesn't matter how strong you are offensively if they are that much tankier than you are, and they can also abuse your positioning the entire game by the fact that you're a melee class with no mobility, and you also can't actually do anything to escape. Like, if you like happen to push on someone for, you know, 30 seconds, you can't just be, oh, now it's time to leap to a pillar or shadow step or cloak or reset in some form. You just are slow the entire game. So you're just waiting for for that to be equalized in some form, or for them to recognize the fact that maybe in threes they need to be a bit tankier. Maybe not in shuffle, because again, in shuffle it's possible to get to a decent place, but in threes it's not. In threes they need help, defensively at least. Yeah, bugging out your charge is awful. You charge through a blizzard and get rooted halfway across, and then you're just very, very upset. I think it's also Feral. I think it's also DH as well. Like having just DH, Windwalker, Feral, and Rogue are just melee specs that don't care about. Honestly, I don't think Ret feels that terrible into those classes either. Being reasonable, I don't think Ret feels like it's unplayable into most classes. It's a combination of that plus. A combination of that plus just the ability to attack from ranged with enough of your attacks. Like Reds can do their entire rotation from ranged. Pretty much. You just go into melee to use your crusading strikes. Everything else is 20 odd plus range. You don't actually care about it. Yeah, I know Windwalker's not fun, but they actually have a lot of ways to catch up. The problem is that I think the reason why Windwalker feels so bad against Mage is because it's like a combination. Like I actually think they're like they just have one too many things. It's like Frostbite can obviously screw you over completely on any, like you screw over rolls with Frostbite. And then you also have probably the biggest offender is like knock and stuff, right? You just have the ability to like completely counter Fist of Fury if you want to. DB and knock can just rotate on every fist if you want to. You just always have the ability to use something. I'm not even sure I may just have a knockback, by the way. They didn't have that in. That's just one of those things that have been added for no reason. DHs can at least break up the knock. But yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know why Frostbite exists. They got rid of all the other random things. It's like they decided that random stuns went okay, but then they're like, okay, but random roots though? Those are fine. Very strange. But yeah, anyway, that's not. I only feel bad about the game right now when I have to. Well, actually, no. I think right now, the thing that gives me the most stress is Fury Warrior, but I don't think Fury Warrior is actually that crazy, so it's not really a fair thing to be upset about at all. You know, I wouldn't even advocate for them getting changed. I'd advocate for me getting changed before I advocate for them getting changed, if that makes sense. I think I have threat plates on. Is that what the problem is? I thought I deleted threat plates. Did I not delete threat plates? I don't see it. I don't see threat plates. Oh, I said plate around. Yeah, no, Fury's really, really good. I wouldn't advocate for Fury getting changed. It's not like one of those things. It's not like we have more problems where like we're behind the Fury Warriors in the meta, but Fury Warriors are behind a lot of things in the meta too. So it's Fury's great though. It's not. Oh, my DH Fellblade? No, I'm a fan of them just stripping back mobility, man. The game is in need of, like, just in general, a simplification of. I don't know. I'd be fine with them stripping back some of it. I feel like it's hard to advocate for as much of it as currently exists. I imagine the exact same problem exists even in PvE now. Where like they put a mechanic in the game and then everyone's like, okay, give that to the fucking the fire mage or frost mage or whatever, and they'll deal with it. And it's like maybe that's not ideal at a certain point to have a class that runs around and does all your mechanics because they're so much better than everyone else. Like it's literally the exact same problem in PvE. If you look at the world first race, you look at the way mythic boss fights are designed, like post Telondrus, you just have mages do all the work on virtually all fights that have mechanics that go on, because they can do the mechanics and then lose 0 DPS because they have so many blinks and things to deal with it. Mobility is fun in PvE. I disagree when it comes to one class being that much better than other classes though, right? Because then it becomes mandatory in PvE to have an insane mage that can do all the mechanics for you. I think mages are a huge detriment in PvE. The exact same level as PvP. Would you not rather have like the ability to have like, let's say your mage friend, let's say you're just making a group and your mage friend is not as insane as your warlock at doing mobility stuff, but the warlock is missing like 2 extra blinks and displace and alter and they're less tanky, and like why should you have to have a mage do all that work when you could, you know, have more classes that are not as capable but are traditionally, you know, historically capable enough? I agree that everyone on average does, but look at Mage compared to everyone else in PvE. It's the exact same situation. Like, if you remember the kill that they had on Queen last time, and like THD does crazy like insta gate grab something, like for a fight up could do that and it would be nothing. You know what I mean? Like fight up it's insane because he did it as a warlock. And it was like an insane heads up play. But for like a mage, they can cross the game. They could do 2 laps of that room if they wanted to, and it wouldn't even be an issue for them. It's much crazier when someone with much less mobility does it. Yeah, so originally I think I just doubled down on it because, like, I mean, it is fun to watch the mages do the fights. I just don't think it's, like, good for the game. Does it make sense? Like seeing people that are as good as Fight Up do things like that, it's fucking sick. But the game is more than just that, right? There's a much greater number of people that currently play the game. And I think limiting people on that isn't... Like, it's good for the world first race, and it's cool in some respects, but it's just not good overall, I suppose. No, they're the PvE class too, Johnny. That's what I'm saying. It got to a point where they became the PvE, like on the final boss of the world first race. That was one of the big adaptations they made, was just bring in, I think, 5 mages because they had to do these bomb mechanics, and mages were just like much tank. Like if they die with a bomb, it was a wipe. Mages were not only tankier with the bombs, so they were safer, but they also just had more mobility, and they also were able to do full damage while doing the bomb mechanic. So they just ended up being like this crazy. You know, it's an issue. The problem is that it's not like a tuning issue. It is a like they just got given too many abilities. They've just gotten too much power creep. Like comparing, I feel like mages and Legion had a lot of mobility, especially Arcane, but now they just have 3 or 4 extra buttons on top of that, and other classes don't. Like I think Warriors have gotten almost 1. I mean, they had double time then. There's a double time in Stormbolt. I mean, mages were just the god class in the end. But is mage gonna be the hero class? I mean, I'm just saying, like in terms of like what is cleanest for the game. I don't think that mage being. I mean, you're seeing that, and we'll probably see that tomorrow as well. We'll be streaming it tomorrow. We're at 1970. So we'll be here tomorrow for that, and I think that on NA, every team is a mage. Am I wrong? The last remaining non-mage team, because Dippy's team, like Chun's team, plays mage. The last remaining mage team on NA was what is going on? We gotta talk to this dude. The last remaining mage team was non-mage team was Axton's team. That's what's really been their issue so far is Axton team doesn't have a mage. On EU, there are 2 non-mage teams, and that'll be interesting. So 2 out of 4 teams on EU are mage teams. I think both the upper bracket teams are mage teams, and both the lower bracket teams in the EU are non-mage. And then on NA, it's all 4 are mage teams. Despite changes. And I thought the mage changes were actually really hefty too. I thought they'd have a big impact, but it turns out that the mage changes, the majority of them only affected them during Veins. And it turns out mages are pretty good. Like mage is like up, or I think Veins was up like a minute out of a minute 45 or so. No, 30 seconds out of a minute 45 or so, but they're pretty good in the other, minute and a half that they don't have Veins as well. Turns out. Who would have thought? I think we will probably finish leveling this guy tonight too. Yeah, I know that compensation, like a little, not a whole bunch, but yeah, enough that it fixed their overall. They had like a 4% overall buff, which didn't quite make up for it. But yeah, I mean, I can understand why they did the compensationary buffs. They didn't want to like pick them as not the good class when they're already the good class. They didn't want to like basically king make and say, okay, the meta is not this, They didn't want to shift it. They wanted to try and make it more open. They just didn't have that effect, I don't think, so far. Although, to be fair, would those teams on EU have won last week as the non-mage comps? Maybe not. Nah, Org doesn't look like it's gonna go very... There aren't really Org comps is the issue. If there's a singular Org comp that could exist, it would probably be with like a Windwalker or something. Maybe. It's just they don't have comps. They aren't. I think as a buff class, they were actually fairly successful, but as like the way they're currently designed, they're designed as a just burst DPS class, which is just not really it, Well, that they're trying to reshape it into a different kind of spec draft, and they're having trouble with it. They decided that a Bard style like augmentation, like a buff spec, just wasn't great for the game, and that is the truth. They probably should like kind of reposition it into a DPS spec. for the health of the game at least, unless you're going to make more enhancement style specs. But yeah, it's a difficult one. Someone asked before about the sorry, I saw a comment before about Unholy having mastery as the main kind of stat. Do you have any, whoever that was, do you have any like data that people have got, like players that are very successful with it, and like things that are interesting about it? Because generally speaking in PvE, that's never the case. And also it doesn't synergize particularly well with the way that wounds work for the most part. So I'd probably, like, for me to want to try a really low haste build, I'd probably want to see data to suggest why. I am trying a little bit more. I'm not even sure if I've tried. I just have to look at what I've tried this week. I don't know if I've tried a lot of mastery or if I've just started haste the entire time. But in PvE, basically the best you can do in PvE, there are some situations where it's like best DPS in PvE to have 50-50. But when we say 50-50 haste mastery in PvE, we're talking about 30% haste and, like, you know, 60% mastery, you know? They don't have any verse to worry about. Nah, I mean, both specs play a good amount of, like, if you're playing Clawing build as well, they play a good amount of haste. But again, they aren't having to worry about verse, and verse is generally about half the value of other stats. Listening to look over in Holy DK. I mean, they already did, and I think they buffed them more than I thought they needed. Obviously, you know, it's more complicated than that in the end.
The pursuit of perfection can be messy, but worthwhile in the end. So persistent. For you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled wonder of transformation.
I mean, verse the crutch in terms of your stats, yeah. All right, this might be LG for a little bit. We've got, I think, I mean, I'll be around later on tonight no matter what, because I want to finish leveling this character at the very least. I would very much like to, I think I want to have a second rep paladin for next week. Chrome, I may need your help on the Tuesday to test out some red shit, as we did with Unholy DK last time, if you're down. Are you around early on Tuesday like last time? You're around early on the Tuesday, like we did on Tuesday this week. Probably like Yumi Chuck can send some games like right away on patch. If Chuck's around for it. I don't think the team will be around that early, but I'll try and be on super early on the Tuesday. I'm playing Freedom, man. I don't actually have any talents. I mean, I think Death Knights do have pretty scary damage. I don't have an issue with it. All right. We are... I only have to get 3 more levels and I'm done leveling, by the way. The way this works is basically these quests that I did already, they are worth like 3 levels. So I'm technically level 76 right now. I just have to level up to 77. And then I just do quests to finish it. That's why it says in brackets, yeah, 359%, because we're actually 3 levels ahead of this. Actually, we're 4 levels ahead of this. No, we're exactly 3 levels ahead of this. All right, guys, that is it for me for now. I'll be on later on tonight. We're potentially doing more games, but I'll be on after them for a while. I'll be on tonight until about 4 a.m. my time again, so I should be here for another. I mean, we'll probably end up doing 12 hours. But if the team decides to not do war games, I'll be streaming all night. After having dinner, and then I'm on tomorrow thanks to Chrome at 11 as well, so we'll be streaming the EU games first. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thank you to Chump for the 32-month resub. Thank you to Chrome for the 36 gifted subs, Indy for the 30-month resub, Sam for the host, Karma for 5 gifted subs, Custy for the 58-month resub, Chuck and Ryan for the host as well. I will be back a little later tonight, whether I'm here in the next like 2 hours or so, or in the next like kind of 4 to 6 hours. It depends on whether we war game or not. But I will be around a little later on tonight. Have an awesome weekend, guys. Thanks for watching.